Welcome everyone to tonight's completely virtual meeting of the Port Phillip City Council. The good news is we'll be out and about tomorrow as lockdown is lifted. I'd like to start by saying the City of Port Phillip respectfully acknowledges the Yalukit Willem clan of the Bunwurrung and traditional owners of the other lands we meet from today. We pay our respects to their elders, both past and present. We acknowledge and uphold their continuing relationship to this land. So due to the current COVID-19 restrictions, tonight's meeting, as you know, is being held via the Webex platform and streamed via Council's webcast page and Facebook Live. Now, we've done everything we can to plan for this meeting online, but of course there always remains the risk of technical issues that will be beyond our control. And if that happens, we will adjourn the meeting for a short time to resolve the issue. If for some reason the issue can't be resolved and the meeting cannot continue, then we'll adjourn to tomorrow evening and the details will be circulated to the public as early as possible. Now, the meeting processes tonight have been altered to hear all the submissions from members of the public at the start of the meeting. And additionally, the other change is voting on all of the motions will be under division, where the chair, that's myself, will call upon councillors individually in rotating alphabetical order to state their vote. And I will let you know ahead of time that there may be some silences as we get people on and up. Don't panic. The silence doesn't mean things aren't travelling well. It just might mean in this platform we may have some silences. So firstly, councillors, do we have any apologies? Got no apologies tonight, so we'll move on to minutes of the previous meeting. So councillors, the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 3rd of February 2021 have been circulated. Are there any questions regarding these minutes? If not, can I have a motion to confirm these minutes? Moved Councillor Bond, seconded Councillor Baxter. I will now put this motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. Councillor Consolo.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff.
For.
The motion is carried. Declarations of conflicts of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest in a matter being discussed at tonight's meeting? It seems there are none. So we're moving now to item 4, which is the public question time and submissions. And as I said before, we're going to hear all of the public questions and comments on report items from members right now. So all of the requests to speak were given to 4 p.m. to be submitted by this afternoon, and at the time of registering, speakers were offered the option to join the Webex meeting virtually and ask their questions or make their comments live, or have an officer read out their statement on their behalf. Now, I love the passion of our community, but we have about 40 speakers registered to speak tonight. Because it's so many, and we want to hear from all of the community members, but we have to be realistic in terms of time frame, and there's a long meeting ahead of us. I am going to restrict everyone's speaking time to 2 minutes tonight. So I know it might be a bit harder for the people first up, but if you're down that queue, I will ask you to adjust your notes, because in order to keep this meeting moving and finishing at a reasonable time, and also allow everyone, including the community, not to have to wait 2 hours before they are heard, I will stop you at 2 minutes, no matter where you are in your speech. You won't get time to finish up. And I do that as graciously and politely as I can, so please bear with me. It's just an unusual number of people, and we do want to hear from you tonight. Okay, so we're going to go to the first one. And I'm calling upon Inspector Nick Densley, who is speaking to the notice of motion that Councillor Martin is bringing with the sealed alcohol containers. Inspector, if you could state your name and suburb and then take your 2 minutes, please. It's all going smoothly so far. Have we got Inspector with us? He's here? Okay, we'll just wait a moment or two.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Please continue.
Thank you. My name is Acting Inspector Nick Densley, and I'm acting in the Current backfilling Inspector Helen Chugg, who is currently on a short period of leave, so I'm the Acting Local Area Commander for Port Phillip. I'm here in support of Inspector Chugg's submissions outlined in her letter to Council, and just wish to enforce what has been highlighted as to the challenges associated with policing the foreshore and alcohol-fueled public order issues and criminal behaviour. During the summer, we've experienced increases in high harm, high impact public order incidents along the foreshore, particularly within the zone outlined in clause 54.2 draft amendment attached to this motion. These incidents are impacting public safety and impeding local businesses. What challenges us is our inability to actively and lawfully intervene when beachgoers attend the foreshore in possession of large amounts of sealed alcohol and then concealing their consumption from police. Current bylaws render us powerless to intervene and engage with these people and ascertain their intent with the alcohol whilst on the foreshore. We can only warn them of the current bylaws relating to consumption. It is only after they have consumed it and public orders issues arise that allows us to respond with state legislated powers. The alcohol consumption has been seen to be the driver of crimes such as affrays, robberies and serious assaults. On occasions, police have been forced to request other police resources from other response zones, including Melbourne, Yarra, Burundara, Kingston, Bayside, to assist in the enormous task of bringing order amongst a large number of intoxicated people. Venue managers have reported to us locking patrons inside their venues to ensure their safety until public order has been restored. The overt act of carrying large amounts of alcohol onto the foreshore is sufficient to suggest that they intend to consume it. Police are challenged by our ability to maintain observations of these people who we suspect will consume. Our inability to intervene early is diminishing public confidence in police, and we have increased resources to the foreshore during hot days at the expense of leaving other areas of Port Phillip and the whole of Southern Metro region under-policed.
Inspector, if you could come to the end of your 2 minutes, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Like any law, discretion is a tool available to us when all the facts and circumstances are taken into account. Our focus and ability to take action will be on those who blatantly attend the foreshore in possession of sealed alcohol with intent to consume. For these reasons, I ask councillors to support this motion.
Thank you, Inspector. Okay, so next I call upon Dina Jacob, who's speaking to item 7.1, the petition response, request for sunshades for Port Melbourne playgrounds. Dina, if you could put your name and suburb and then take your 2 minutes.
Dina Jacob, Port Melbourne.
Continue.
Good evening, Mayor Crawford, Deputy Mayor Pearl and councillors. I, along with 105 signatories, petition Council to reinstate a single zip line for older children that had been included in Council's initial concept design, but removed from final design of TT Buckingham Reserve's current redevelopment project. In short, Council has missed the mark on this project as it currently stands by simply not delivering on clear, repeated and documented community expectations. To substantiate this point, I've referenced Council's own webpage for the project. Key themes for improvement identified in community engagement were to increase the diversity of the playground equipment to better cater to a range of abilities and ages. To further substantiate the point, I referenced Council's community engagement summary report. To quote from key findings and recommendations, compared to other playgrounds in the area, older children are more engaged with the offering at TT Buckingham Reserve. Within the same report, under participant profile and demographics, more specifically children within the household, 6 were of preschool age, 15 were of primary school age, and 10 were of secondary school age. A high percentage, therefore, of the total number of children would be considered an older demographic. However, when we look at the design features of the playground, as referenced in the concept plan, it is heavily weighted to preschoolers and young primary school children. An artist's impression of the final design at ground level represents all 3 children as preschoolers with 2 supervising adults. This is not an older children's playground. Within Council's community engagement summary report under the heading, "What new features or equipment would you like to see in the new playground?" of the 33 community participants, 5 asked for a flying fox. To put this into perspective, this is the highest number of responses, second only to 7 participants who wanted more equipment, which encourages climbing to make the playground more engaging and adventurous for other ages. Council said the decision to remove zip lines was was due to a 50-50 split between those in favour of ziplines and those who opposed. I have the following 4 questions for councillors. May I request councillors obtain the names of the 5 people that opposed the ziplines in order to categorically substantiate the 50-50 split? If it was in fact a 50-50 split decision, especially...
Gina, I am going to have to ask you to come to the end. Did you want to make one more sentence? I'm sorry.
Yes, I can make one more sentence. If a zipline cannot be reinstated, how does council propose to make the playground more inclusive to older children? Currently, if an older child is not into ball sports, they appear to be discounted completely. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it. And my speaking notes were incorrect. I apologise. Dana was speaking to 7.2, which is the request for a flying fox. I now call upon Megs Alston and speaking to item 9.1, Friends of Suai Covalima, the 2019-2020 annual report. If you could state your name and suburb, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Megs Alston, South Melbourne. Thank you for the opportunity to present to Council the Friends of Suai Covalima annual report for 2019-20. In 2020, it marked the 20th anniversary of the remarkable friendship between the City of Port Phillip and the District of Covalima, and the global pandemic meant that our plans and hopes to mark that significant anniversary were severely impacted in the second half of the year. Some highlights. In the City of Port Phillip, despite COVID restrictions, we were still able to engage with the community and raised more than $52,000 to support the programs in Covalima. The commemoration of the tragic Suai massacre of the 6th of September 2019 was commemorated with a flag-raising ceremony outside the St Kilda Town Hall. And our committee developed a new 5-year strategic plan which will guide our work and strengthen the future sustainability and independence of our partner in Suai, the Covalima Community Centre, the CCC. In Suai, the CCC provided a strong response on coronavirus by providing health and hygiene information in Suai and throughout the district. This is still a very important role because of the vulnerability of this district situated on the land border with Indonesia. Under the With One Seed project, 10,000 trees were distributed to subsistence farming families. A 3rd village lighting scheme project now provides solar power to another 48 households. 47 young people were funded to receive scholarships for further education and training. And the construction of the basketball court at Suai Secondary School was completed with funds coming from Albert Park College and the Port Phillip Basketball Association. We will hold several events this year that were postponed last year. And I'll cut that short because I won't have time to outline them. But I just want to say our relatively modest inputs make a significant difference in Suai and Covalima, particularly the work of the coordinator, who strengthens the capacity of the staff and the systems of the CCC, a young but vibrant community organisation. So thank you to the Council for renewing the friendship for a further 10 years and for its ongoing support.
Thank you very much, Megs. I now call upon Linda Condon speaking to item 14.1, which is the Council Plan Strategic Directions. Linda, if you could state your name and suburb and then take your 2 minutes, please.
Mayor, if you'd like to move to the next speaker, thank you.
Okay, this time I call upon Coralie Ling, also speaking to item 14.1, the Council Plan Strategic Directions. Coralie, could you state your name and suburb and then speak?
Coralie Ling, and my suburb is St Kilda. I'm a member of the Older Persons Consultative Committee and the Multi-Faith Committee of the City of Port Phillip. And as members of these 2 committees, I'm really concerned about the climate emergency being at the top of the list and not being dropped off the list for council plans. From the older person's point of view, we're very vulnerable to heat and as was demonstrated last year in 2020, but we're also subject to extreme weather such as flooding, and some of our people have been had their houses flooded in Elwood. So, and the coastline has been destroyed. So we're very concerned about having an emergency on the books. We also are concerned about the type of heritage that we want to leave to the younger generation so that they can inherit a better world where there is wildlife and where in the city of Port Phillip there are wildlife corridors and we can foster the native and endemic plants. From the multi-faith perspective, it's really important morally to keep the good of our city and to open the green spaces. And the multi-faith committee is planning tree planting with the Eco Centre as part of our commitment to that. And there is also a very important spiritual connection for Indigenous people to the earth and for all of us as we connect with nature. And so I ask that the climate emergency be restored to one of the key points of the City of Port Phillip planning.
Thank you very much. I call upon Frida Ehrlich, speaking to item 14.1, the Council Plan Strategic Directions.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can, if you can say your name. Name and suburb.
Frida Ehrlich, St Kilda. Mayor and councillors, thank you. I think Coralie said it just about all. I'm actually speaking on behalf of the Older Persons Consultative Committee, which is one of the 4 advisory standing committees. Coralie mentioned flooding. Well, flooding and heating and all the effects of climate change are things that older people suffer more from than most people. We have 20% of the older people making up the population of Port Phillip. So, and especially with the flooding, as Coralie mentioned, we're one of the most vulnerable to flooding induced by warming and rising sea levels. So basically, we need a council that will green the city, that will help residents to understand and communicate the actions needed. To quote Moreland Council, which not only has a declaration of climate change, but it has a plan. We are proud to be part of the number of local, regional, international organisations that are taking action on the climate emergency. So on behalf of the older people of Port Phillip, the OPCC urges Council to put the declaration of climate change up front and centre in the strategic planning and subsequent actions of Council. We need to discuss this amongst the community, to put it on the plan and to act now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 2 speakers, less than 2 minutes. We're on fire. I now call upon Andrea Paul, also speaking to item 14.1, the Council Plan Strategic Directions. Andrea, if you could state your name and suburb and then make your speech.
Yep, my name's Andrea Paul. I live in St Kilda. So I asked the Council to include the climate emergency declaration and a statement of climate emergency in the new council plan and indeed in all policy documents that the council is writing or reviewing. They should all include and refer to the declaration of climate emergency as a core strategic direction. It is essential that this kind of declaration is not simply lip service, as I believe some people feel it is. And the way that it cannot be lip service is for a climate emergency declaration or for the way that a climate emergency declaration can have a practical and real impact. The council must include this statement as part of the preamble so that all policy and decisions are made with climate mitigation as a guiding principle. Plus, actually, the new Local Government Act requires councils to actually do this. In section 9, number 2 of the Local Government Act of 2020, it makes it clear that strong action on climate change is required of all Victorian councils. And in the section on overarching principles, the only functional area referred to is climate change. And the Act does so in the following terms: that the economic and social and environmental sustainability of the municipal district is to be promoted, and that including mitigation and planning for climate change. So this is a requirement on councillors to actually do. So I urge council to act as required by the new Government Act. Climate heating is actually the fundamental issue of our time. It's at emergency levels, and council needs to be part of the action to address it, because it's at these grassroots levels that many actions happen. So to just summarise and conclude, every single policy document, including the new council plan, should include and refer to the declaration of climate emergency as a core strategic direction. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Speaker I call upon now is Gemma Morgaine, also speaking to the same item, Council Plan Strategic Directions 14.1. Gemma, if you could state your name and suburb and then speak to the report.
Mayor, Gemma hasn't yet arrived. If you'd like to move to the next speaker.
Okay, still on the same item number 14.1, I call upon Laura Tyson. Laura, if you could state your name and suburb and then make your comment.
Hi, Lauren Tyson, Port Melbourne.
Please continue.
I'd also like to speak to agenda item 14.1 and demand that the council include the climate emergency declaration in the new council plan. Many councils across Australia have declared climate emergencies. The so-called conservative councils around us, Stonington, Bayside, Glen Ira and Kingston, have all declared a climate emergency and have made the declaration, and having made the declaration are acting on it in their council plan. All the evidence indicates that we are in an emergency situation and that it is appropriate that our council recognises that it has a responsibility to its community to acknowledge this in the council plan now being developed. Including reference to the climate emergency declaration in council's draft strategic directions document is a first critical step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping Michael Haynes is there, speaking to the same item 14.1, the Council Plan Strategic Directions. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, Mike, if you could state your name and suburb.
Michael Haynes, Port Melbourne, and I'd also like to speak to the strategic plan. And I believe that by acknowledging the climate emergency in that plan, the council will simply be recognising the reality that we face, and along with many other nations, states and cities across the world. And that once it is recognised, that it will enable the council officers to carry out their duties with regard for the impacts of their decisions on the climate, not only as it impacts the residents, but the world more broadly. And it opens up opportunities as well to take action in support of initiatives that both benefit the climate and enhance economic activity by using new technologies and practices supporting local residents and businesses. There frankly is no downsides to taking this action, and I commend the council to adopt the climate emergency as a central tenet of the council's strategic plan.
Thank you very much, Michael. Fantastic, thank you. I call upon Theo Boltman, speaking to 14.1, the Council Plan Strategic Directions.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
I can, if you could state your name and suburb and then speak to the report.
My name is Theo Boltman and I live in East St Kilda.
Continue, sir.
My name is Theo Boltman and I'm 15 years old. I was here 17 months ago delivering a speech attempting to convince the previous council to declare a climate emergency. Their declaration was a great cause for celebration. I sit here today and ask you, the newly elected council of Port Phillip, to retain that historic declaration. When reflecting, a declaration seems ridiculous. Why sign a legal document stating a fact we already know is true? We need this because false, empty promises of climate justice have been proposed by many leaders. As a resident of Port Phillip and as a young person who cannot vote yet, I need to know that you are looking out for us kids. I believe that this is such a great opportunity for the newly elected leaders of Port Phillip to show how they care about us young people. The climate crisis transcends the political spectrum and anyone's place in it. We are all humans and therefore it threatens each and every one of us. From the rising tides and erosion along Port Phillip's iconic beaches to the increased threat to old and disadvantaged people with extreme weather and heat waves, the worst is yet to come. Please keep this critical declaration for the 14.6% of people living in Port Phillip that are under the age of 18, so they can feel safe and secure about the climate future of their neighbourhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for speaking so well, Theo. Appreciate it. I call upon Nancy Otis, speaking to item 14.1. Nancy, if you could state your name and suburb and then please make your comment.
Nancy Otis in Elwood.
Continue, please.
In the context of the need to reduce our carbon footprint immediately, the next 10 years of government action on both global and local levels are particularly important. The City of Port Phillip recognized the critical need for action at the council level in 2019 with the declaration of a climate emergency. This declaration commits council to consider the impact of climate change when planning and decision-making, and to incorporate this declaration into relevant strategies and policies. As I look at the current council's draft strategic directions, I note that the mention of climate change is confined to a single dot point, that city is actively mitigating and adapting to climate change. That's a quote. What about some additions to that? How about adding strategies that more directly address the question of the emergency we face? For example, a commitment to protect and restore the natural environment. This is critical to the maintenance of livable spaces. How about active support for increased use of renewable energy by residents, possibly by the creation of a 100% green buying group of residents? And another option is advocacy to state and federal governments to declare a climate emergency and take action to drastically reduce emissions. This was actually part of the original 2019 declaration. Measures to address the climate emergency could be easily incorporated in council-wide policies. For example, there could be directives to the effect that meetings be held online rather than in person whenever possible. Electric vehicles could be granted low-cost parking spaces on our street. The possibilities are endless, but it all starts with a recognition of the climate emergency and its inclusion at the strategic and policy levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. I call upon Jan Kossa, speaking to item 14.1, Council Plan Strategic Directions.
Thank you. Mayor, councillors.
Could you state your name and suburb and then continue, please?
Jan Kossa, Middle Park. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I have been a member of the Eco Centre Committee of Management, and I still am, and I'm speaking tonight on its behalf. We have a crisis on our hands. We know our climate is warming. All the science tells us that, and we are now in our city seeing this. Extreme heat waves, wild storms, damage to property, flash flooding, impact on our land and sea biodiversity, warming and rising sea levels, erosion of our bay walls and beaches. Our municipality is one of the lowest lying in Victoria and therefore most vulnerable to flooding, tidal surges and the impact of sea level rises. We are a vulnerable community. We need to recognise this and to take action to mitigate and reduce the impact of climate change. At the Eco Centre in 2019-20, we had over 18,000 participants and more than 3,000 volunteers from all backgrounds engaged in environmental programs and or giving their time to a range of activities, including beach cleanup, baykeeper research, tree planting, climate leadership education and energy audits. We know that men, women, girls and boys are concerned and want action and to be involved in that action. Here, there is a great opportunity for the council with this new draft strategic direction to consult with and build partnerships with the community. Therefore, we at the Eco Centre request the City of Port Phillip Council include the Climate Emergency Declaration as central to its draft strategic plan 21 to 31 and develop an action plan as a core part of it. We must confront the climate emergency head-on, join 1,886 local, provincial and national governments across 34 countries who've already made this declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. I call upon Jeffrey Love, unsurprisingly speaking to item 14.1, Council Plan Strategic Directions. You know the drill, sir. If you could state your name and suburb, please.
Jeffrey Love, St Kilda. Thank you, Mayor, Councillors and Officers for this opportunity to address you. Yes, I am speaking to the matter of the climate emergency. I will be brief. I would like to remind returning councillors and inform new councillors that the City of Port Phillip is facing a very real climate emergency. Elwood is one of Australia's lowest lying seaside urban areas, and much of the City of Port Phillip is only a metre or two above sea level. Sea level rise is happening and presents a real and present danger to many City of Port Phillip residents. Elwood has already experienced flooding from high tides and strong winds driving water up the stormwater drains, the opposite of the purpose for which they were designed. Flooding is a local government responsibility, and a failure to act on this threat is an abrogation of Council's responsibility to its residents. We are faced with a threat that could make existing homes unlivable, and Council has yet to propose any firm solutions. Not only should Council continue to support the Climate Emergency Declaration, it should be developing an urgent action plan to protect the residents and their homes and businesses from sea level rise. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I call upon Peter Moriartis, speaking to item 14.1.
My name is Peter Moraitis from St Kilda. Thank you for the opportunity to address councillors. I also urge councillors to support the motion to embed the Climate Emergency Declaration in the Council's strategic directions. Incorporating the climate emergency in the Council plan should mean that the impacts of climate change also will be considered in the design of programs that address the impact of climate change on vulnerable people in the community. One example, we know that on hot nights, the people in public housing have to escape their homes and sleep on the grounds of their buildings. A climate emergency perspective, recognition that every year it will get hotter, can inform housing programs to address the climate change impacts on vulnerable people. Escaping the heat during the day is also not easy. Making it possible for people to walk in green, shady streets and children play in shady parklands is also critical. Incorporating the recognition of a climate emergency in the Council plan can inform open space strategies as well. Programs designed to address the climate emergency, community gardens, tree planting, caring for the bay, are also inclusive community building opportunities. Incorporating the climate emergency in council plans is also an opportunity to bring an environmental perspective on social policies and programs. I also recommend council incorporate the climate emergency declaration into the strategic directions of the council plan.
Thank you very much, Peter. I call upon Judy Gunson, speaking to item 14.1. Judy, if you could state your name and suburb and then please speak to the report.
Thank you. My name is Judy Gunson and I'm from St Kilda East. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak tonight. I wish to make a statement regarding the necessity of making the Climate Emergency Declaration central to all future actions of Council, in particular the new Council plan. I urge Council to embed the Climate Emergency Declaration in its new Council plan as a matter of priority and of overarching principle, so that all aspects of local government, over the next decade can be informed by the extreme urgency of our climate predicament. The Victorian State Government, through the Local Government Act 2020, requires strong action on climate change by all Victorian local governments, so there can be no argument about whether climate action, both mitigation and adaptation, are in the purview of local government. A vast majority of Australians think that Australia should take stronger action on climate, and science tells us that we have a very, very short period of time to act, perhaps only till 2025 or 2030. We must do all we can at the level of local government to reduce emissions, encourage renewable technologies, support best practice water and soil management, encourage a circular economy, and continued strong advocacy to state and federal governments. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Judy. Now I call on Jack Halliday, speaking to item 14.1.
Jack Halliday from Balaclava. Mayor and councillors and officers, it's important to the community that the climate emergency declaration is reaffirmed and informs the new plan. As to the need for urgent action, apart from the scientific, business and professional groups and all the state and territory governments urging rapid decarbonisation, 32 councils in Victoria have declared climate emergencies, including all our neighbours once thought to be too conservative: Stonington, Glen Ira, Bayside and Kingston. Last year, Council ran 2 webinars in conjunction with PCAN, establishing the community priorities for council action on reducing community emissions and more and better blue-green infrastructure. Port Phillip is the Metropolitan Council most threatened by climate change. A recent paper by Dr. Georgia Warren Myers from Melbourne University investigated the potential impact of sea level rise in conjunction with high tide and storm surge. Data on 70,000 properties was provided by the Valuer General, and the study showed that up to 40% of all Port Phillip properties, commercial, residential, industrial, could be flooded, with implications for both property values and council rate revenues. Other adaptation measures include the many locations where heat island effect is serious and not sufficiently ameliorated by cooling trees and greening. Council's current target for increasing tree canopy cover is to reach 20.9% by 2028. Other councils are setting targets of 40%. The amount of open space is also important in providing opportunities for more greening. PCAN believes that apart from the benefits from improved blue-green infrastructure, there are savings in both costs and emissions available by upgrading street lighting, progressively retrofitting council properties, fleet upgrades to electric vehicles during this term, and in procurement policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I call upon Justin Halliday, also speaking to item 14.1. If you could state your name and suburb and please speak to the item.
Hi there, Justin Halliday here, St Kilda East. Thank you, Mayor, councillors and officers. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the members of Extinction Rebellion here in the City of Port Phillip. And first I'd like to commend the previous council on their declaration of a climate emergency. However, the work isn't done with that declaration. Otherwise, it was just tokenistic virtue signalling and it's not worth anything. We need to follow through on that climate emergency declaration with action to reduce our emissions and mitigate and adapt to the effects of climate change. We urge Council to include the climate emergency declaration in the next Council plan, and that we want that to act as a guiding principle for Council's activities over the next decade. And the decade that is covered by this Council plan is a crucial one. Over the next 10 years, we must achieve significant emissions reductions to avoid locking in temperature rises of more than 3 degrees. And as stewards of the City of Port Phillip, our councillors have an obligation to ensure the long-term sustainability of the city, even in the face of short-term challenges like COVID-19. And emissions reductions are not just the responsibility of the Commonwealth and state governments. There are concrete steps the City of Port Phillip can take here locally to help residents, businesses, businesses and industry reduce the emissions from across the City of Port Phillip. Finally, inclusion of the climate emergency declaration in the council plan would guide us in mitigating the effects of climate change. And as we've heard from many speakers, this can be through tree planting to reduce the urban heat island effect, protecting our vulnerable residents, preparing for sea level rise, and supporting non-vehicle mobility across the City of Port Phillip. Finally, as has been mentioned already, the Local Government Act has various obligations, one of them specifically that states that council is responsible for the economic, social and environmental sustainability of their district, including planning for climate change risks. And I'm done, right at the end of the bell.
Perfect timing, thank you. I call upon Rhonda Small, speaking to item 14.1.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Rhonda Small and I come from St Kilda. We are currently living at the intersection of two global emergencies, the climate emergency and the COVID-19 emergency, and they both have serious local implications. As we've heard, councils are now required to respond to climate change by the new Local Government Act, and we know the urgency of action needed locally. Impending sea level rise along our coastline, the increase in urban heat effects, flooding and inadequate tree canopy cover in some parts of our community, to say nothing of the need to reduce community emissions and improve our waste management. And we all also know the extent of economic and social impact on our local community that has resulted from COVID-19, particularly on our significant hospitality and arts sectors, as well as for our most vulnerable residents. Port Phillip Council has rightly recognised these two emergencies in declaring a climate emergency in 2019 and the social and economic emergency arising from the coronavirus pandemic in 2020. Now, in framing strategic directions for a new council plan, it is imperative that these two emergencies are front and centre in your minds as you plan the way forward for our community over this council term. I urge you to vote for their inclusion tonight in the strategic directions as a demonstration of your clear commitment to do all you possibly can as our council to partner with your community to act on these emergencies, starting now. Thank you.
Thank you. Rhonda, you might stay with us if you may and announce yourself again, but this time for speaking to item 14.2, adoption of community engagement policy.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak tonight. As you're deliberating and voting tonight on the adoption of the community engagement policy, I'd like to speak just briefly to the issue of councillor engagement with us in the community and just to pose a couple of questions. The policy addresses itself to a range of principles and commitments by council for engaging with community. These are admirable and pave the way or hold out the hope for more meaningful engagement and community participation in decision making. Engagement that goes beyond any simple model of consultation. As the report on community feedback on the policy notes, much of what we in the community have commented on regarding the policy relates to how such a policy will be meaningfully implemented. The proof will be in the pudding, so to speak. What the policy has nothing specific to say about, though, is the role councillors will play in council's processes of community engagement. I'm of the view that dialogue with ward constituents is an important means of hearing about what the community wants and thinks about issues. Of course, most councillors engage one-to-one with community members or talk with a range of community groups or traders associations, but regular public ward meetings have rarely, if ever, been a constant feature of councillor engagement with their communities in Port Phillip. Such meetings provide an opportunity for members of the community to hear from their ward councillors and to get to know them, as well as to voice their concerns and local priorities. They also enable community members to come together and hear each other's ideas and concerns, and that's just as important. Regular ward meetings might just be a first step towards more meaningful community engagement on local government issues. So my questions are, 1, are all councillors prepared to hold regular quarterly meetings with their ward constituents throughout this current term? And I do note that 5 councillors have in fact already committed to do this in survey responses they returned during the election campaign. And 2, if so, when might we expect such ward meetings with our councillors to begin in 2021? Thank you.
Thanks, Rhonda. A councillor may take up those questions a bit later. I call upon Anne Burns speaking to item 14.2, which is the adoption of community engagement policy.
I think you...
Oh, are you there, Anne?
Yes.
Oh, now I can hear you better. Anne, if you could please state your name, suburb, and then please take it away.
My name is Anne Burns.
And we're having trouble hearing you. Are you able to, maybe we'll try and come back to you and I can ask our team to speak to you. I might move on, Anne, and come back to you in just a moment. I'll call on Kat Mappison speaking to item 14.7, which is the 2020 and 21 mid-year financial review. Kat, are you with us?
Yes, Kat Mappison, Melbourne 3004.
Would you...
Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Thank you. I am not speaking about 14.1. My submission is about the item 4 Stay and Play Port Phillip Tourism Initiative, which I believe was in the agenda as St Kilda Road, but that is not the case. It is Port Phillip overall. I'm the franchisee for Quest St Kilda Road, and I also sit on the Council Business Advisory Group, and I'm the Deputy Chair of the Accommodation Association State Advisory Board for Victoria. I would like to seek the Councillors' support for the Stay and Play Port Phillip package. I see this package, an initiative, as private industry working together to develop a scheme and seeking to partner with Council for assistance in marketing the scheme. Increased visitation to City of Port Phillip will result in more economic activity and jobs growth. So I would also like to point you to my document where I have a nice summary there, and I've realised time is precious. So in summary, the private industry has collaborated to bring this package to fruition. Private industry takes full responsibility for funding it. We seek assistance from Council to take the opportunity to partner with private industry in marketing the package to regional Victoria. The $25,000 spend that we are requesting to be approved will be coordinated by Council Economic Growth and Activation Team, and an advertising plan has already been submitted to councillors for your review. And once again, that increased visitation that we hope this package will draw will generate increased economic activity and jobs. And to reiterate, the $25,000 is for the sole purpose of promoting the package in regional Victoria. It is not to be utilised to subsidise any of the private businesses, the hotels, the tour and attractions, or the cafes and restaurants. It's really just to get that message out there. Tourism is really important in the City of Port Phillip. In 2018-19, it accounted for $2,700.8 million, and it currently employs approximately 8.7% of our City of Port Phillip residents. So it is an industry that is worth your support and getting that out there. So at the moment, the tourism industry is really floundering. Borders are closed, no international travel until 2021 and beyond 2022. So at this moment in time, without corporate travel, without business events, without people coming in from closed borders behind WA, Queensland, South Australia, the main opportunity for visitation into Melbourne and City of Port Phillip is from regional Victoria. And that's why we seek your support in considering this Stay and Play Port Phillip program. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Kat. I appreciate it. I call upon Delia Bradshaw speaking to item 14.7, the 2020-21 mid-year financial review.
Thank you. My name is Delia Bradshaw. I live in St Kilda, and I have 4 sentences, which is largely summarising what a lot of other people have said. The Climate Emergency Declaration affirms a commitment to a healthy community, a healthy ecology, and a healthy world. It shows the council cares about its people and its environment. At this critical time, and there's been a lot of evidence, this declaration provides a wise touchstone for all of council's decisions and activities. I therefore urge council to keep it and embed it in all council plans and activities. Thank you for enabling us to speak tonight.
Julia, thank you for your very succinct and powerful words. And I apologise, I need to look a little bit further in that for getting the item wrong. It's item 14.1. I call upon Anne Michael speaking to item 14.7, which is the mid-year financial review.
Hi, my name's Anne Michaels and I'm from South Melbourne. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I'm speaking tonight about support for traders associations and also for beautification of our high street areas. Firstly, in regard to the Traders Association, I'm very passionate about South Melbourne, where I was born, went to kindergarten in Dorcas Street, primary school at Eastern Road, and I've lived in Clarendon Street where my family ran a business there for close to 50 years. I've seen many changes over this time and I was saddened to actually see the lower economic activity in this precinct before COVID, let alone the impact that COVID has placed on this community. The reason I joined the placemaking group some time ago and now the prosperous Port Phillip Business Advisory Group is that I'm really passionate about seeing Clarendon Street thrive again. The precincts in the city of Port Phillip that have traders associations are better placed to support their traders in normal times and more so during the pandemic we find ourselves in. I'm aware that historically there was a South Melbourne Traders Association that folded almost a decade ago due to the issues that I'm not privy to. However, this shouldn't prevent or dampen the enthusiasm for a traders association for Clarendon Street. Being specific to Clarendon Street and not the wider South Melbourne will assist in focusing the group clearly, being able to see the returns and benefits of participation. This is where the trader energy is currently at in terms of pursuing the investigation into an association. Giving a voice to Clarendon Street traders would enable this group to work and collaborate with other associations. For example, the market, we could jointly benefit the whole of South Melbourne trade. To achieve this, we need some financial assistance from Council to look at establishing an incorporated business association who could fulfil the statutory obligations set out in the Local Government Act and undertake duties in line with the purpose of potentially striking a special rate in the future. Secondly, I want to address beautification of our high streets, which I believe is highly needed. There are a number of precincts in the city of Port Phillip that don't have traders associations and that have suffered greatly during COVID. There are many, many empty shops, dampening the enthusiasm of traders and others who visit the areas. We need to help these high streets during and post-COVID to ensure they are welcoming places, especially those without formal special rates, who could really use a small amount of funds to beautify their areas by installing lighting, for example, or greenery, a fresh coat of paint or artwork to encourage locals to stay and spend locally and welcome others from across Melbourne and regional Victoria. In summary, our high streets are the key faces to our community. Our high streets, thus our traders, need your support now more than ever to market and promote business in the city of Port Phillip. We have traders and landlords keen to collaborate, market and promote our areas, but we can't do it alone. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call upon Edward Faingold speaking to item 14.7, which is the mid-year financial review.
Am I being heard?
You are, Edward. If you could state
great.
your name and suburb and then speak to the report.
Thank you. So my name is Edward Feingold. I'm currently from Frankston South. I've been trading at the Esplanade Market for 38 years and currently on the advisory committee representing the market stallholders. This historic market has great value to this municipality and the community at large. Just to mention a few benefits it brought, it has provided live support for a number of Australian artists and craftsmen, both established and emerging, for over 50 years. It has been a destination for thousands of international and interstate tourists, bringing great benefits to the area. It links Eckland Street and Fitzroy Streets. encouraging a vibrant and seamless trading. This pandemic sadly hit the market with a deadly blow. The lockdowns and the loss of international and interstate tourism threatens the very existence of the market. A great number of stallholders have left the market. Many are discouraged and are thinking of not renewing their permits. This is sad. Some of them come from as far as Phillip Island and regional Victoria, driving 2 to 3 hours each way. On top of fuel costs, they have to pay a stall fee and parking fee. Often they don't cover their costs or even lose money. To save this iconic market and encourage the stallholders to keep it up and running, we ask the council to reduce the stall fees and give us free parking, at least from January to June, end of financial year. Please note that Queen Victoria Market is not charging stallholders any fees at all. Surely we deserve at least some support and relief during these critical times. Please help the stallholders and save the market.
Thank you very much, Edward. I call upon Janet Rosenberg speaking to item 14.7, the mid-year financial review.
Hi, I'm Janet Rosenberg and I work in St Kilda. I represent the Ackland Street Traders on the Port Phillip Business Advisory Group. I am requesting an allocation of money from the St Kilda Festival budget be given to each Main Street precinct in Port Phillip for beautification. The pandemic has hit businesses really hard over the last 12 months and at the same time shown us how important our local neighbourhoods are. We want to improve the visual appearance of our areas to encourage increased visitation, but we need reasonable funds to do so. The main streets that have traders associations are only allowed to spend money on marketing and business development, not on permanent infrastructure. Those without special rates have no access to funds to beautify their streets. Short-term events such as festivals are transient in nature, and so here is a chance for council to help businesses improve their areas in a permanent way. The advisory group's idea is that the 8 different streets have unique needs, so each locality should put up their own individual ideas with quotes, and then these can be submitted to council and the advisory group for approval. As each group would have a limited budget, they will care about wastage and about how the money will be spent to have the most impact. It is therefore better value for all the streets to be in control of sourcing their requirements once they have approval of their plan and a budget to work within. For Ackland Street, for example, our allocation would have to be decided by the Business Association in conjunction with feedback from the local community. One idea could be installing artistic signage and a gateway directing people from the beach to the shopping centre behind. We have wanted to do this for a long time in some arty way with maybe sculptures or artworks. It could be done in a way that befits the eclectic nature of St Kilda and at the same time patronises artists and gives them a permanent venue to display their works. It could add real value to St Kilda. These kind of things, however, require a reasonable amount of money, and we had envisaged at least $40,000 for each of the 8 main streets to have any impact or effect. We hope council will consider allocating this amount from the festival budget to support businesses to permanently beautify their areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. I call upon David Blakely speaking to item 14.7, the mid-year financial review.
Thank you, Mayor and fellow councillors. Congratulations on your new appointments. I'm here to represent as the Fitzroy Street Business Association as President, and I speak as a member of the Business Advisory Group.
Could you state your name and suburb as well, David,
Sorry.
just for the record?
David Blakely, St Kilda.
Thank you.
The Fitzroy Street Business Association supports the remaining funds set aside for St Kilda Festival, which was, with hindsight, well, it was great that it was cancelled, be equally distributed across the 8 precincts, the main streets of St Kilda, for public art and the like. This funding offers, hopefully, is a one-off opportunity to beautify and improve the amenity of our streets. Our high streets last year had faced an unprecedented economic and social crisis, which is still with us today. And the reality is all our streets could do with a little bit of love. so which could be afforded to us by the funding. To approve in many of locals, visitors and traders alike. Speaking of the traders groups, these funds should be looked upon as separate to our special rates because they actually affect the funds of our members. And I just think there's an opportunity here to give back to the community. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, David. I call upon David Fernandez speaking to item 14.7, the mid-year financial review.
Thank you, Louise. I've had to truncate what I was going to say, so a hard copy is available if anybody wants to read it through Emily Williams.
We have been provided with it, but if you could state your name and suburb, sir, before you go underway.
Dave Fernandez, Malvern. My wife and I, Prue Griffiths, have been long-time traders of the Esplanade market. Prue is currently on the Market Review Committee. We are very encouraged in reading the statement in the CEO report, page 46, festivals, with the fact that COP will continue to, quote, operate and promote the St Kilda Esplanade market. That's, close quote. That's very encouraging. The Esplanade market is recognised as playing a significant role in the promotion of St Kilda and enjoys a synergistic relationship with other adjacent trading areas in St Kilda, all combining to enhance the locality's tourism profile. In these difficult COVID-affected times, the Esplanade market, like other businesses and events, has struggled through poor tourist visitation to the state and the municipality. The market has not enjoyed the largesse that the Victoria market stallholders are currently enjoying with a 3-month waiver on their permit fees. In the mid-year financial review 2021, item 3, recommendations on page 2, we urge councillors to support recommendation 3.4.8, Esplanade market fee reduction for 6 months, $38,400. It should be pointed out that the $38,400 amount is a budget that might not even be fully utilised because as yet there is no indication as to how many stallholders will be taking advantage of it or when the fee reduction will be starting. It should also be pointed out that this is a stallholder reduction in fees and not a request for a cash grant. The other officer recommendations in section 3 all involve direct expenditure of funds, and we have no issue with that. However, 3.4.8, the Esplanade market, as I said, is not a request for dollar expenditure, rather a temporary fee reduction. That is, we believe, a minimal impact on the budget bottom line. In supporting this officer recommendation, it will take some financial pressure off stallholders and help the market weather these uncertain and difficult times. Whew, I think that's 2 minutes.
You did that, sir. Good work. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Ella Simon speaking to 14.1, the Council Plan Strategic Directions.
Hi, I'm Ella Simons and I'm from St Kilda. And I'm just speaking on behalf. I'm 14 years old and I spoke at the last council when they decided to declare a climate emergency. And I think it is very important that I'm back here to reinstate how important this is and that as my part in a democracy, and I can't vote who our councillors is, I can't vote the mayor in, and this is how I show that I care. And I'm calling on you to take this action because we will cross a tipping point and the council's involvement in making this change is key to bring the state to making change and then our federal government. And so I ask that our council continue to use the declaration of a climate emergency to make any further decisions, and that is vital to protecting our future and to protecting my voice in a democracy that we do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ella. I think it was the most people we had in chambers at any time on that issue that night that you spoke. Okay, I'm moving back to, bear with me as I turn back. Is it time, Kirsty, to go to who you're going to? I've got a whole lot of, yes it is. I have a whole lot of submissions that are going to be read out on behalf of members of the public. So I'm going to read the name of the member of the public and then refer to the head of governance to read a summary of the submissions. So, no, actually, we may go back. Kirsty's giving me a message. Anne, do we have you on the line again? I can't hear you, Anne. We might...
Through you, Mayor, it seems that Anne is having technical difficulties, but I have got a pre-submitted statement that I'm happy to read on Anne's behalf.
Okay, why don't we go with that?
Great. So the statement from Anne Byrne reads, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the community engagement policy. CAP is of the view that community engagement to be effective, it must be different to the engagement that has been practiced to date. In addition, community engagement must both underpin all council activities and involve both councillors engaging with their constituents and the relevant council staff. Citizens of Port Phillip should be able to initiate engagement about issues the community believe are important, not simply provide feedback on projects or issues determined by council. I note that the policy states that council may trial engagement initiatives and then receive feedback on the effectiveness of that initiative. This is a positive move and allows for an innovation and improvement in current engagement methods. CAP requests that each engagement initiative should identify the decision makers on the matter. Is it the councillors, the council officers, or a combined effort who identify the stakeholders? This could be added to the statement on transparency. We request that in evaluating engagement that the major objective be about the decision outcome, not the number of respondents, but the quality of the outcome. As survey respondents said, policy is good, but the community will measure the engagement on the implementation, both the process and the outcomes that the community agrees. This policy is a first step in what should be an improvement in community consultation and transparency.
Thank you. Okay, so this is some of the public questions that have been submitted. So Igor Vayner, are you going to ask the question,
Through
Kirsty?
you, Mayor, I will indeed. So the submission from Igor Vayner reads, what areas can be used for promoting Carlisle Street Village, e.g. electricity poles, rubbish bins, light poles, footpath, etc.?
And we might go to Kylie Bennett to answer that question.
Through you, Mayor, I will ask staff from the City Growth and Culture Department to contact the constituent and work with them about the various opportunities available to promote the Carlisle Street Village.
Thank you. Adrian Jackson, his question, Kirsty?
Through you, Mayor. So the first question reads, in relation to the petition for residents-only parking in Perrins Street, South Melbourne, the 4-car space parklet, yellow on the map, is not necessary as Park Street has broad footpath and broad awning in front of the shops for the most part over the footpath. In front of Annam in Bank Street, there are about 10 parallel car spaces that should be reopened for car parking like it used to be until a few years ago. Why doesn't Council get rid of the bollards and return these parallel car spaces to the public? Note too that roads around the South Melbourne Town Hall are council owned and can be used for car parking.
Lily Rosick will respond to that question.
Through you, Mayor, I will answer that question in 2 parts. Firstly, in relation to the parklet on Perrins Street that's referred to in the question, all parklets in the City of Port Phillip are not intended to be permanent fixtures and will be reviewed as part of a broader community feedback process. The current trial period is completed at the 30th of April. However, the need and locations of the parklets will be part of a review, and that matter, I understand, will be brought back to Council. In regards to the service lane in Bank Street, outside of the South Melbourne Town Hall, the Emerald Hill Master Plan 2012 and Vision 2011 nominates a long-standing aspiration by the local community to utilise the front of the South Melbourne Town Hall for community and art events. In 2013, Council adopted a precinct design for the forecourt, which includes the closure of the service lane. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question from Adrian Jackson.
Through you, Mayor. The question reads, will Council have portraits of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Australia, displayed prominently once again in the town halls, community centres, libraries and other Council buildings? Does Council know that our Sovereign's portrait in photo form is available from Commonwealth MPs' electorate offices for free?
Kylie Bennett, over to you.
Through you, Mayor, there are no current plans to hang portraits of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II around council buildings. We note Mr Jackson's advice that portraits can be obtained for free from Commonwealth MPs' offices, and we'll pass this information on to community members if we receive requests of this nature.
Thank you. Adrian Jackson has another question.
Through you, Mayor. Why have past and the current council not assisted Victoria Police, businesses and residents by not cracking down on antisocial behaviour and alcohol abuse on the foreshore and in council parks, which is an annual problem?
Anthony Trail to respond to this one.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Council have assisted police operations with joint operations and aligned resources on all public holidays and days with weather greater than 30 degrees for almost 5 years now. Our foreshore traders in St Kilda have actively consulted during this time and supportive of our joint efforts with Victoria Police. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Jackson's on a roll tonight. Another question, please.
Through you, Mayor. Adrian Jackson states that parklets take up car space that customers can use, and during a lockdown they can't be used at all by citizens for street car parking, nor for pub or cafe drinks and meals either. And asks the question, are parklets in car parking spots in shopping strip streets a problem?
We'll go to Kylie Bennett, please.
Through you, Mayor, the City of Port Phillip's Parklet program has been a key initiative of supporting our valued hospitality traders in the wake of the pandemic and has been warmly received by both community and traders. We are currently reviewing the need for business parklets moving forward, and this will be discussed at an upcoming council meeting.
And one more question from Adrian Jackson.
Through you, Mayor, the question reads, in light of the continuing coronavirus restrictions, will the St Kilda Music Festival be cancelled in 2022 as it was in 2021?
I'll go to Kylie Bennett, but I could almost answer that one, but Kylie.
Through you, Mayor, the holding of the 2022 St Kilda Festival will be considered as part of the 21-22 budget process and will be a matter for Council to determine.
Thank you. Now, I believe we are going to read out some of the statements submitted around the reports, but I'll just go, Kirsty, are there ones from people who are registered to speak that you want to, that couldn't get on or turn up? Just read them out first.
Through you, Mayor, yes, there were a couple of people who were unable to log on and have submitted backup statements. I'm happy to read these statements on their behalf. So the first one being Linda Condon speaking to item 14.1, Council Plan Strategic Directions, and the submission states, it is very concerning that I could not find the Climate Emergency Declaration on the website. I'm hoping that this is an oversight. Council must make a strong commitment to the declaration it made in 2019, and we need to see a clear reference to this in the strategic plan for Council. In addition, this plan must be supported by targets for mitigation and adaptation and commitments with identified funding to secure the outcomes of the declaration. And asks, will the Council confirm that they are fully committed to the Climate Emergency Declaration and that it will be an integral part of the strategic plan? And then the next submission is from Gemma Morgaine speaking to item 14.1 Council Plan Strategic Directions. Council must include the Climate Emergency Declaration in the new plan. All evidence indicates we are in an emergency situation, and it is appropriate that Council recognises its responsibility to its community to acknowledge this in the Council plan. The declaration made in September was not incorporated into the new plan. This is the first opportunity to restate the declaration and have it incorporated. And that's the end of those two submissions. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, you're on mute.
I'm on mute. Sorry, everyone. Hopefully that's the only time tonight. This one is a statement submitted by Hannah Len on item 14.1, the Council Plan Strategic Directions.
Through you, Mayor, and I note that these statements have been summarised for the purpose of tonight's meeting, and all full statements will be available on the website tomorrow. The statement from Hannah Len submits, it is vital that the emergency is addressed directly in any future planning for the City of Port Phillip. Many, if not all, actions the Council is responsible for impact on climate change. Council must consider how to best mitigate climate change on a local level. Without consideration of the previously declared emergency, Council will be moving backwards.
Thank you. Also on item 14.1 is Gina Fisk's statement.
And this submission references the importance of Council's plan to take into account the knowledge and evidence of public organisations about how shifts in climate conditions will see local neighbourhoods suffer unless action's taken. The submission talks about Council's work in partnership with Melbourne Water to manage drainage systems, water management and community awareness. The submission also talks in depth about water management and highlights that mitigation of flooding is critical to prevent the increase in flood levels, damage costs to Council, homes and people's safety. The submission concludes with a request that Council support and include the Climate Emergency Declaration because it will give local ratepayers and residents confidence that new projects and partnerships can result in flood mitigation and greater resources for the City.
Marcus O'Reilly also speaking to this item 14.1.
The submission requests that Council support the making of a climate declaration to assist in appropriate policy decisions over the next 10 years and notes that given Port Phillip is so flood prone already, this Council needs to be more motivated than many others in coming up with coordinated responses.
We've got a lot of people also speaking to 14.1. So Marsha Torber.
And this submission states that Council should acknowledge and practically generate appropriate programs that relate to climate issues. Other councils have acknowledged and initiated such actions. The submission states that as a dweller in Port Phillip Council area, I encourage and will support such action.
A submission from Leslie Rosenblatt.
States that the Climate Emergency Declaration must be retained as a focal priority, highlighted prominently in the new Council Plan as a strategic fulcrum from which scientifically informed action can be validated across the entire spectrum of Council's operations, and notes the communities need to be confident that Council is in alliance with all the global, national and state actors, as well as our municipal neighbours.
A statement from Janice Harper.
And this submission notes the locally evident effects of climate change and climate inaction, and notes that the development of the new plan, Council Plan, gives Council a critical opportunity to incorporate the Climate Emergency Declaration into its strategic directions, policy review and advocacy with other levels of government, budget planning and development of action to address climate change in our community. The submission requests that the new Council Plan commit to the development of a well-considered climate emergency plan as a logical next step following the declaration of a climate emergency.
Great. This one is from Julia Simons.
And this submission highlights the evidence of a climate emergency situation and notes the neighbouring councils who have declared climate emergencies and are acting on their declarations through council plans. The submission reminds council of the importance of incorporating strong action on climate change in its plan as required under the overarching principles of the Local Government Act 2020 and following this up with action.
A statement submitted from Janet Dimelo.
Notes that as a local resident and a member of Australian Conservation Foundation McNamara, the concern that hard work of local groups in helping Port Phillip implement an action plan will see this endeavour ignored or wasted. The submission notes that in a financially difficult time for councils, there are elements of the plan which would be relatively inexpensive, and notes council has a responsibility to do its part to protect its residents' environment and safety in this low-lying area, which is seriously vulnerable already.
We've got a statement from Denise Cox on the item 14.7, which is the mid-year financial review.
Sure. Through you, Mayor. So this statement notes that as a trader of Ormond Road in Elwood for 20 years, our street is collaborative about moving forward to form a traders association. With nearly all of the businesses in Ormond Road being family owned and run, we are serious about setting up our own association, but we will need to engage a consultant for legal and governance to enable us to set it up in Elwood. The $20,000 of seed funding available will enable us to do this. Sorry, apologies, Mayor, I lost my spot. The money will not be wasted, but will be an investment into Ormond Road. And with this calibration, this will make Elwood a destination that consumers will want to come to, giving traders a better return on their investment with greater foot traffic together with commercial investors and landlords.
Now we're going back to item 14.1, which is Hilary Luxford's statement.
And the submission reads that climate emergency areas of Port Phillip are vulnerable to coastal inundation with rising sea levels brought on by rising temperatures. Local councils need to lead by example and work with and empower the community to ensure everything is being done to combat climate change and be enablers for change.
Also on 14.1, Rob Mahoney, apologies.
And the submission reads that Council's climate plans into effect in alignment with the Local Government Act and advises that we have reached a state where the average temperature has reached within 0.4 of a degree of the projected tipping point where there is probably no returning from, and highlights the importance for action.
Then also on 14.1, Jonathan O'Donnell.
And the submission states, Council must include the climate emergency declaration in the new Council plan. Taking action on threats to the community lies at the core of what councils do, and there is no greater threat to Port Phillip.
We have a statement on 14.7, the mid-year financial review from Pam Gasparini.
And the statement reads, as an owner of a business on Ormond Road, Elwood, I would like to petition Council to support local businesses by providing seed funding to assist Elwood Village Ormond Road to create a traders association. As small business owners, most of us don't have the time or experience to coordinate such a wonderful group of traders, so it would be beneficial if we could have an experienced consultant to assist us to build the association, to increase awareness of the shopping precinct to both outsiders and locals, enable the diverse traders to work as a group to raise our profile, implement a support local campaign and Christmas decorations similar to Bay Street, Port Melbourne, and liaise with the Council on streetscape and cleaning, promotional signage, health and safety and infrastructure requirements. The past year has highlighted the necessity to maintain a diverse local shopping precinct with an increased trend to shop local. We would like assistance to continue that trend and bring in more customers.
And that is our last public submission for this evening. Please correct me if I've missed anything. I am aware of the time, and I'm just posing that we might do councillor question time quickly, and then we'll take a 5-minute break before we get into the reports for the meeting. So councillors, now's your opportunity. Do we have any questions for the officers? A question from Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. 2 quick questions, if possible. The first one is regarding the recent Vic Roads roadworks, well, not really roadworks, wall retention works that have been installed in terms of the very large contiguous concrete walls that have been installed along Queen's Road. I'm sure councils have been receiving a number of requests regarding the amount of heat that the concrete is casting off into the local area, and also in the past few weeks the extreme amount of graffiti that's been placed on the walls. Was council consulted on the design for the implementation of these brick walls, these concrete walls rather, and do we have a plan to deal with constituents' concerns around the graffiti and the heat that's being generated from the concrete walls?
Through you, Mayor, we'll take that one on notice, thank you.
Okay, great, that's taken on notice. Councillors, any other questions?
Just a second one, if I could, Madam Mayor.
Yeah,
the second one was that if councillors could perhaps take this on notice and bring an update on the any developments on the proposed power substation that is proposed to go into just in front of McRobb College on the corner of Albert Road and Kingsway. Obviously, Council sent a letter opposing the installation of the substation based on particular what happened at St Kilda Junction. Just wondering if officers can provide an update, if there is any update, on where that proposal is tracking.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll take that on notice too.
Okay, another one on notice. Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Currently there is I believe it's a gas company doing some works across a large area of Fitzroy Street, and they are digging up our paving, in many instances our polished stone and crazy paving, and performing completely inadequate reinstatements in places. I'm just wondering if officers can give us an update of their conversations with this particular company and how they're going about ensuring we have adequate reinstatement of these dug up areas along Fitzroy Street.
Through you, Mayor, I might ask if Lachlan Johnson can help, otherwise we'll take that one on notice as well.
Through you, Mayor, we'll have to take some of the details on notice, but just in general, Council recognises that the impact that third parties have on public infrastructure is a real challenge. Councillor Bond speaks about a utility company there working down Fitzroy Street, and the paving, that is a real issue that Council is dealing with. We have strong relationships with utility providers, but Council has a number of initiatives in train to address how preventing this damage from occurring in the first place. I'm happy to provide some more details in the minutes of the meeting.
Thank you, Lachlan. Any other questions, councillors? If not, we'll move to the sealing schedule, but I do note that there are no items to be sealed. So I propose that we take a 5-minute break before we get into the body of the meeting. So yes, we'll be back at 8:01, everyone, to recommence the meeting. Let's move on to petitions and joint letters. Councillors, we have 2 petitions on tonight's agenda. So first we have 7.1, which is the petition response to the request for Sunshades for Port Melbourne playgrounds. Councillors, are there any questions for the officers in regards to this response? Councillor Consolo.
Thank you, Mayor. Question, will the trees proposed be the quick growing type mentioned in the policy?
I believe Anthony Trail.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we will be looking at quick growing trees to catch up and provide urgent shade, or mature trees if they're available.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillors, I can't see any, so we have an officer's recommendation. Would someone like to move this or something different? Councillor Bond has an alt rec. Councillor Bond, what is your alternative motion?
I just need to switch over to it. It is exactly the same as the officer's recommendation, except it adds in point 6, requests officers review Council's policy on providing shade in public open spaces and play spaces as part of the planned review of the play space strategy in 2021-22 after the adoption of the upcoming public space strategy this financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Bond has moved it. I do have a seconder, and it is it Councillor Copsey or is it Councillor Pearl? Councillor Pearl, I might go with, because that's an actual S to second this. Okay. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, just very briefly, thank you to the petitioners for bringing this to our attention. I wasn't aware we had such an adverse stance against shade cloths over our playgrounds. I know we have a number of playgrounds that do have them, so It's probably because I know they existed. I didn't think we were reluctant to install them, or as reluctant to install them as it appears we are at present. So all the extra point I've added is that we will look at this at the appropriate time when we do our play space strategy in 21-22, and ensure that shade cloths are given probably a bit more attention in when we plan our playgrounds. We've built some wonderful playgrounds in Port Phillip over the years, but it's no point building a great playground if people can't use them because it's too hot or the equipment's too hot because there's insufficient shade around a particular playground. A lot of the children using them don't have time to wait for those trees to grow to provide the shade that I think the current policy intends that those trees will provide. So maybe we need to look at something in the interim, and shade cloths seem like a perfectly reasonable alternative for us to look at to me. So thank you for submitting this to us tonight.
Before I go to Councillor Pearl, Councillor Baxter has a clarifying question.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Bond, I just wanted to double check. So this is to review the whole sort of shade policy or set of policies. I'm not even sure how it's written up, but for play spaces, not just shade cloths, but shade in general, including trees, vegetation, and all of that sort of stuff. Is that right?
Correct, and shade cloths will form part of that.
Sure. Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Pearl.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is a terrific example of where councils weren't necessarily aware of the rules that were in place of council policy and policy settings, and it's a terrific opportunity for us to come and review those policy settings with this added amendment of item 6. So highly commend Councillor Bond's amendment or alt motion to it also, which I think is a reasonable thing to do. There's lots of pros and cons for shade sales, which I wasn't aware of until a few weeks ago. In particular, Councillor Martin has been able to provide a wealth of experience on this area. So I'm sure we've got a good team of officers and a good team of experienced councillors who will come to the right policy setting on this one. But we all, as we've increased the stock and the number of our play spaces, particularly in Port Melbourne and South Melbourne, it's important we also have sun protection to guard against skin cancers and all those types of nasty things, and make sure that those spaces we build for all ages of people are able to be used at all times of year. So very happy to support this alt motion, and also a huge thanks to the petitioners that put this forward. Without their efforts, we wouldn't be in this position here this evening.
Councillor Consolo.
Thank you, Mayor. I also support this alternative motion, as proper shade at our parks is important for the community's health and safety. I understand there is no legislative requirement for shade, so it's important for us to get our policy right to deliver for the community. This petition highlights that it could use a review. As demonstrated at Centenary Reserve, if mature trees are removed because of their health, depending on shade by new trees that will not mature for 10 to 15 years is not adequate. So I personally avoid this park on days over 22 degrees as the metal equipment is too hot. So I know that the officer's comments have included that there's a big expense to install and maintain sunshades, and our policy is mostly focused around trees, which is preferable. However, sometimes the sunshades will be required. So, and also we need to bridge the gap between when these trees are planted and when they actually provide the shade that they're supposed to. So I appreciate that they're going to be the quick growing type, but note that it's still going to be a few years for them to bring the shade to this park.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'll be supporting this. I think it's good for us to review this not only as part of our play space strategy, but also as part of climate emergency discussions, heat island effect and things like that. That's it's not just going to be play spaces actually that may need shade. So it's going to be really important for us to have this conversation. Good to start here, but certainly I think we'll be having this conversation in lots of other parts of the city.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. I'm going to make a comment next, but Councillor Baxter, your sound is very weird. I'm not sure if you can check in with TTS about what's going on.
Weird.
I don't know the
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader. Yeah, it's weird.
Okay.
So anyway, if you want to talk to DTS, underwater is the other one. Okay, I'm just going to make the comment. I will be supportive of this alternative motion, mainly because of the various things, the climate emergency. But I will note that I am a big fan of trees, and that perhaps greening Port Phillip is a much better way to go long term, but we might have to look at short-term solutions. But I also wanted to put on the record that we have received requests for shade cloths at other playgrounds around the municipality. So it will be a matter of criteria and how we share the equity and how do we deliver it for our community. But, you know, if we can increase the trees as quickly as possible, that may be a better solution in many ways. Is there any other councillor that wishes to speak to this before we put it to the vote? No? Okay. Councillor Bond, did you want to close?
Yes, just briefly to say that, yes, we should look at shade cloths in other areas. There's no issues with that. And also, I think Councillor Consolo mentioned the expense that may be involved. But for me, building playgrounds is the core business of local government. So it should be roads, rates, rubbish and playgrounds should be the mantra of local government. So yes, there is an expense here, but it's something, it's one of the reasons people pay their rates is for us to spend money on things like this. So I don't think we should look at expenditure on core council business as being a barrier to installing shade cloths in our playgrounds across the municipality.
I will now put the motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. Councillor Bond.
In favour.
Councillor Clark.
In favour.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford, for. Councillor Consolo.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff.
For.
Councillor Baxter.
For.
The motion is carried unanimously. 7.2 is petition requesting the reinstatement of a zipline as part of a council redevelopment at TT Buckingham Reserve, Port Melbourne. Councillors, are there any questions of the officers in regards to this report? If there are no questions, councillors, we have an officer's recommendation. Would someone like to move this or something different? I believe we've got an alternative motion from Councillor Consolo. Councillor Consolo, would you explain your alternative motion?
Yes, I'd like to move an alternative motion that should be displayed on the screen shortly. It's the addition of item 5, the rest remains the same. And that's to instruct officers to commence a feasibility assessment and costing to install a zip line at TT Buckingham Reserve for consideration as part of the 2021 and 22 council budget.
So we have a mover. Do I have a seconder? Oh, I do. Councillor Pearl to second. Councillor Consolo, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Speaker and the large amount of petition supporters wanting a flying fox at this park. With all the houses facing onto the reserve and many older children's families living around these reserves, same as Julia Reserve in the area, there's an excellent opportunity for TT Buckingham Reserve to provide a space for that our older youths want to be at. However, the design without the flying fox misses the mark with what the kids are wanting. It's been noted that there's a flying fox up the road 1.5 kilometers, but the kids are at the age that they're not old enough to venture 1.5 kilometers up. They can come a street or two away and have that freedom and enjoy things like a flying fox that are a little bit more adventurous than just climbing and going down a slide that the younger kids want. So it's trying to get the balance right. And as a large number of people are saying here, they want the flying fox back in. So we could at least cost it and see if it could be put in maybe at a later date, because I know this park is well under construction already.
Thank you. Councillor Pearl.
Very happy to support Councillor Consolo's alt motion here this evening. It's a no-brainer. If you look at the parks that we've built that have been the most successful, I think Alma Park is probably the one that is up in headlights at the moment. And the reason it is because there's something there for pretty much, I wouldn't say all ages, with almost all ages. There's the fitness equipment, which I thought was a bit expensive, but is very well utilised. Every time I've been there in the past few months, there's always been people doing PT. Then you've got a young children's almost baby sort of play area. You've got public toilets there. You've got a read area where older kids go and play, and it's wet during the winter. And there's this magnificent flying fox that I saw only yesterday, a 2.5-year-old on it, up to sort of young teenagers, and a very dorky 39-year-old dad had a go on it as well, which was myself. So it's it's a small long-term investment that turns these parks from being sort of okay utilisation to huge utilisation by local people, because the Flying Fox is just a magnet for children of most ages, and it's a good social occasion as the kids have to queue up and organise how they get on the Flying Fox, and I think it's a very, very smart thing to be doing. So, albeit it is one a couple of kilometres up the road, this is, I actually think, a much better position for it, and I think we should do the numbers on it, and we can come up with a cost benefit to see if it works. But I highly support the alt motion, and again, thank the petitioners for bringing this forward to council. I would say that this reserve has been a very long-term project of council, and a lot of blood, sweat and tears has gone into getting this proposal to this point. So let's put the cherry on the cake and put the Flying Fox in if we could.
Councillor Baxter, you've got a clarifying question.
I do, sorry. And how's my voice?
Much better.
Much better, brilliant. No, I just wanted to ask the officers. I understand that the this Zipline Flying Fox may have formed part of early designs for this. So, do we have an estimate of how much the cost of a feasibility would be? Maybe it's already been done as part of the early thing. I'm not sure how big a job we're asking the officers to do here.
Lachlan Johnson.
Through you, Mayor. We estimate the total cost of installing a zipline to be around $50,000. In order to do the feasibility study and prepare some costings, we should be able to absorb that within the current project budget.
Is that?
Thanks very much.
Okay, great. We'll go back to the debate. So I have Councillor Martin wanting to speak.
Having just retired as a local school principal in Port Melbourne, I know how busy our playgrounds are, how the children really use Buckingham Reserve, Julia Reserve and our other reserves. I also note that the Flying Fox that's currently installed behind the Trugo Club in Garden City is probably the most popular piece of play equipment in the whole of the Port Melbourne area. I don't know how keen our children would be to get access to another one at Buckingham Reserve. If we can find a way of costing this, it's something we should certainly investigate.
We did have Councillor Clark. Is it a clarifying question? Because I did ask for questions earlier. I'm just going to remind councillors there is a time. Is this a clarifying question?
I just want to clarify what Lachlan said in terms of there was a budget for it in the current reserve. Is that the current budget for this redevelopment? Is that what he was referring to?
Lachlan?
Through you, Mayor. To construct a zipline, we estimate that it would be $50,000. That would be in addition to the current project at the moment. By the time we undertake a feasibility, prepare a costing and council considers it for inclusion, it won't be constructed this year. It'll be as part of the 21-22 project portfolio if council choose to include the project there. Therefore, we'd require additional funding next year to actually deliver the works. Within the current project budget, we can accommodate undertaking a feasibility study and preparing a detailed cost estimate that council can then consider as part of the 21-22 budget build. And the reason why we can do that is that we have considered a lot of these works already, and some of that work we'll be able to reuse.
Great. Councillors, do we have any other councillors wishing to speak? If not, I'm going to put that to the vote under, bear with me, under division. So Councillor Clark.
For that.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford, 4. Councillor Consolo.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff. 4. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
That motion is carried. We now move on to the presentation of reports. The first one is, bear with me as I switch it over, we have the CEO report. This is the 71st issue. Are there any questions in relation to this report? Now, councillors, just because clarifying, this is your opportunity to ask questions now. Okay, if there's not, councillors, we have an officer's recommendation. Would someone like to move this or something different? I'll move it. Councillor Crawford to move and Councillor Baxter to second. So I'd just like to speak to this. You know, there's so much information contained in this report, and it's really great to see, particularly some of the details around how we've been supporting our community through this difficult time. And it can mention some of the community development, cultural development grants that are open at the moment. So it's definitely worth a look if anyone has the time. And thank you to officers for the huge amounts of work that goes into this. Councillor Baxter.
I'll be very brief, but if you're a community member and you want a really good snapshot of exactly everything that's going on in the city that is wide-ranging but is not going to bore you to tears, this is probably the best report for that. It may still bore you to tears in some elements, depends on what you're looking for, but it is a really great report, just packed full of really useful information and really accessible.
Would any other councillors like to speak to this motion? If not, I won't close and I'll move to the vote. I put the motion under division and call upon each councillor to vote. Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford. 4. Councillor Consolo.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff. Councillor Sirikoff, you're on mute. Do we not have Councillor Sirikoff? I'll keep going. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
And I'll come back, Councillor Sirikoff.
Sorry for that. I am for it.
Great, thank you. That motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to 9.1, which is the annual report from Friends of Suai Covalima from 2019 to 2020. Councillors, do we have any questions for the officers? Councillor Pearl.
No, I'm happy to move if there's no question.
Oh, no questions? Okay, we'll go for questions first. Councillor Clark, a question.
Yes, I'd like to ask the officers if the recommendation that is there to support the terms of reference is incorporating the funding for the program and clarifying, a second part of it is clarifying that the program coordinator is funded by the council, by ratepayers, and are we then, by supporting the terms of reference, supporting that funding as well for that program coordinator if it is funded by council?
Councillor Carleen Harlock or Katrina Tejon?
Through you, Mayor, the terms of reference do not mention a budget commitment from council for the program, and I might refer to my colleague Katrina Tejon to answer the second part of the question. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the terms of reference don't commit council to particular funding under this partnership. That's separate consideration for council as part of the budget process, but it certainly sets out the way in which the partnership or the friendship can operate, and council does currently fund a part-time project coordinator through general revenue.
Are there any further questions for the officers? If not, we have a mover which is Councillor Pearl and Councillor Baxter to second. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to the motion?
I reserve my right. Thanks,
Councillor Baxter.
Yeah, just really want to thank Meg Zolston for speaking to the report earlier. There's all sorts of really amazing things that that this group does every year. This is obviously an annual report from a little while ago, sort of last year, basically. So it's a little bit delayed, but there's really amazing stuff going on, and yeah, I commend all the people. All the locals who work with the Friends of Suai in that wonderful community group and the great work that they do.
Are there any other councillors that would like to speak to the motion? I might speak briefly. I guess this pandemic has really shown us that we're all in it together. Things that happen globally have impacts on all of us, and it is also reminds us that community is beyond just, you know, the geographical area that we live in. And, you know, there's such a huge generosity of the people involved with Friends of Suai and have been committed to doing and helping another community not so far away find their feet in terms of a democracy and improve their lives. And, you know, for this small amount of money, they generate so much. And I think it's always important to remember, especially at times when some of our overseas aid or support has been cut back, that actually, if we don't look after all of the world, it can have far-reaching consequences. And I like to think that as a particularly wealthy country and a very generous community, that, you know, part of our obligation as leaders is to look to where we can help. And no, this is not within the borders of our municipality, but doesn't mean it's not as important to look where we can help. And so I'm very highly supportive of, well, noting this report and noting the exceptional work that Friends of Suai do with our friends across the ocean. Are there any other councillors that would like to speak? Councillor Pearl, would you like to close?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Australia is a very generous global donor. Official development assistance programs, I think last time I checked, total more than $4 billion a year from the federal government, and that's the right place where foreign aid should come from. This group has done an amazing job over the last 20 years, and I think it's more than served its purpose that it was established for. And I congratulate the group for everything they've done, particularly in their annual report this year. It's commendable. But as I've said in previous years, it's my personal view that I think the City of Port Phillip needs to come up with a clear transition plan, and some steps have been taken, particularly in the past 18 months under the leadership of Meg, to start that process off. But ultimately, it's probably time for this organisation to move forward under a more independent funding model, and I'd encourage that to take place. That view shouldn't take away from the good work that's been done here. Happy to commend the annual report, which is a requirement under the funding arrangements, etc. And good question there by Councillor Clark in terms of the requirements of the terms of reference, etc., which spells out the rule book, so to speak, in terms of the relationship between the City of Port Phillip and this group. But moving forward, I think it's probably something councillors have to have a hard look at in terms of our prioritising our budget constraints, particularly in the next 4 years. So they're two separate conversations, but very happy to move the annual report this evening in particular and the terms of reference.
Councillors, I'll put that motion under division and call upon each councillor's vote. Councillor Crawford, 4. Councillor Consolo.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff. Councillor Sirikoff. I'll come back to you. Councillor Baxter.
Sorry about that. I keep on putting it on mute. I'm for it.
Cool. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond. Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
The motion is carried. Moving on to 9.2, which is the Municipal Emergency Management Planning Committee Reform Council Endorsement. Councillors, do we have any questions for officers on this report? If not, do I have a mover and seconder for this motion or for something different? So Councillor Copsey to move and Councillor Baxter to second. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion?
Reserve, thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Baxter?
No, thank you.
Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? Back to you, Councillor Copsey.
All right. Just to say that this report deals with the consequences of an update to the governing legislation around municipal emergency management, and it's an important report, but I won't speak to it further than that.
Thank you. I will put that under division, councillors, and call upon each of you for your vote. Councillor Consolo.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff.
For.
Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Clark. Is that a four?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, no, it's all right. Just checking. Councillor Copsey?
For.
Councillor Crawford, for. That motion is carried. Now it is report 12.1, the Elwood foreshore looking to the future, and these are the responses to the community survey that we are accepting that report. Councillors, do we have any questions for officers? Are there any questions? If not, I'm just trying to get to my page, apologies. If not, do I have a mover and seconder for this motion? Councillor Baxter to move, Councillor Crawford to second. Councillor Baxter.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, just want to say how exciting this opportunity is, and thank everybody that has played a role in giving their input. The Elwood foreshore is a really special place to a lot of people, and in lots of different ways. People have a bit of love for one particular chunk of it or a different particular chunk. We have to look at it as a big holistic whole and what makes it special and what makes it hang together so well. And it's been really great to hear from the community about this as we go through the process of trying to figure out what's the best way to take this into the future without at all losing all the great things about it at the moment.
So I'll speak to it. It's obvious that Elwood is the foreshore is a very beloved place, and it was really interesting to hear all of the different pieces of feedback, and I would urge people who were involved in feeding back. There is a long process ahead of us as we look to the designs and what's possible, and over time to stay engaged and to keep giving us your feedback, because this is the shared communities foreshore, and we want to do the right thing by it. But again, thank you very much for your contributions. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Oh, is that Councillor Clark? Councillor Clark.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to echo those comments, and the Elwood foreshore is a great part of Elwood and this part of the municipality. Also want to thank everyone for making the time to put in their comments, and there was great diversity in terms of what people would like to see. There was even recent comments about pontoons out in the ocean, which unfortunately can't be done. But there is plenty of options, great ways to use that space in the future for all, and encourage everyone to keep providing their feedback. As the Mayor says, it is going to be a long process and lots of different options for everyone to consider. And I too am excited about what the foreshore will be in some stage down the track. Thank you.
Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? If not, I am going to put the motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff.
For.
Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. And Councillor Consolo.
In favour.
That motion is carried unanimously. We're moving to 14.1, which is the Council Plan Strategic Directions. Councillors, do we have any questions for the officers on this report, on this item? Question from Councillor Pearl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is, why is this report coming to Council? It seems slightly strange that we'd be endorsing strategic directions in this format at this time. So far as I can recall, we didn't do this 4 years ago. I'm just wondering, why is this required? Why is this motion required here this evening?
Kylie Bennett.
Through you, Mayor, part of the development of the council plan is the establishment of a set of strategic directions. Very shortly, council and officers will start engagement with the community on the development of the council plan and the strategic directions. Officers feel that in terms of supporting those conversations with the community, having a working draft position of council to commence that engagement with would be useful. So hence the report tonight.
Are there any other questions from councillors?
Just follow up if I could there.
Yes, Councillor Pearl.
Could that consultation and the process be completed without this motion here this evening?
Kylie Bennett.
Through you, Mayor, we think it would be useful in terms of, very much like we would quite often come to council with a document or a draft plan for engagement. We feel that it potentially is useful to do that. Obviously, it's up to council as to whether you wish to consider or pass this motion of officers tonight, but we certainly feel that it would be useful in terms of moving forward with the engagement. But I think the CEO may wish to add something.
Through you, Mayor, to answer Councillor Pearl's question directly, yes, it could. But my advice would be the more you can give us direction early, the easier it will be for us to develop a council plan with council and for council and the community. At this stage, we're scheduled to have that draft out for consultation by mid-April. And if you like, this is part of the process of getting guidance from council to bring that plan down, if you like, the strategic funnel from the high level, which are the sort of main outcomes and focus policies of the plan, down through the planning workshops that we're planning with council into the detail of the plan. And we have to do that to land this plan by the end of the financial year. We need to get that out in consultation by mid-April. So this, yes, you can do it without the motion tonight, but I think this would help us to work much more efficiently as an administration with council in getting that guidance from council. And as Ms Bennett said, it would also help us to focus the engagement that we're planning with the community very shortly in a much more efficient and effective way.
Any further questions, councillors? If not, we have an officer recommendation. Would someone like to move this or something different? Do I have anyone with a... Maybe my chat is not responding. Do I have a mover or something for this or something different? Councillor Martin, did you? Thank you. So Councillor Martin to move an alternative motion. Okay, could we get that alternative motion up on the screen, please? Councillor Martin, could you just explain the difference with your alternative motion?
Madam Mayor, there are only two some may consider minor in terms of words. They're very minor changes to the council officer's recommendation. In terms of impact. They're very, very, very major alterations. My understanding after discussions with council officers was when this motion was put forward as a recommendation, council officers initially included the word whether, as they believed it was up to the current council to make a formal commitment to the continuation of the current declaration of climate and economic emergencies, and rather than the council officers make that decision for them. I respect that view. That's probably a very sensible way to go about it. Given that, I believe this council, particularly after listening to some very, very eloquent speakers at the start of the council, has all sorts of economic and moral obligations to remove the word whether from the council officer's recommendation, and also remove the word previous, which implies that council is moving away from the declarations of the climate emergency from 2019 and the economic emergency from 2020 and replace that with the word current. So the impact of this motion is that we're making it extremely clear that we as a council believe that we are in the midst of a potentially disastrous climate emergency, and we're only just starting to emerge from a very, very serious economic emergency. Given that, it's imperative that when we put our council plan together, we are, everything that drives our council plan should be looking after our local businesses, looking after our...
Councillor Martin, I might stop you there because I need a seconder before you actually speak to the motion as such as just explaining the differences. So do I have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Baxter. Okay, Councillor Martin, you can continue.
Okay, I'll resume and I'll talk about 3.2 first, then I'll come back to 3.1, which is also very important. But in speaking to 3.2, if we go back and listen to what Rhonda Small said and the speeches to council at the start of the meeting, she made a very coherent case for both the continuation of the current climate emergency that council has adopted and the continuation of the economic emergency. The economic emergency, hopefully over the course of the council plan, will be able to work our way out of this, and hopefully by making the economic emergency one of the two key drivers of the council plan, will emerge at the end of the council plan and no longer be in an economic emergency. Unfortunately, no matter what we do, we'll probably still be in the council emergency at the end of the council plan and beyond my lifetime, but at the very least, every decision that we make as a council will be to see what we can do to mitigate anything we can, both in terms of being proactive in reducing greenhouse emissions and things like that, and also being aware of the impacts of potential impacts of climate change on areas such as the foreshore at Elwood. So that's 3.2. Can I go back to 3.1? And Councillor Pearl's asked a very, very good question, and I'm happy to try and answer it for him. We're reducing the number of strategic directions from 6 to 5. I actually think that it's actually easier to work with 5 key directions rather than 6. And I think that sometimes if we have 6 rather than 5 strategic directions, things can get lost in the detail. I think we can probably be just that little bit more specific. And the headings are important, but the devil is in the detail. And we need to make sure that when we're addressing, if we accept this recommendation, all of those now 5 strategic directions, that in everything we do in addressing those, we bear in mind that we need to address both the climate emergency and the economic emergency that we're currently going through. So I commend this motion to you, and I'm happy to speak more in summing up.
Great. Councillor Baxter.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I'd like to thank all of the many people that spoke on this item. Certainly for one of our online meetings, it's probably the most, I suspect, and had this been in the council chamber, it would have been a packed gallery, I would suggest. The climate emergency is a global emergency, it's a national emergency, it's a state emergency, and is very much a local emergency. We are dealing already with the effects of the climate emergency here in the city of Port Phillip, with sea level rise causing risk to our infrastructure and to private infrastructure, ranging from very bad to catastrophic. Not to mention the flooding risk, which has always been bad, in parts of Elwood and Port Melbourne and Fisherman's Bend, but has been increasingly bad, with the number of 1 in 100 year floods increasing to, well, many times in 100 years. I mean, if you can count them on your hand, and you're not 100 years old, then obviously something is going on. Not to mention the challenges of being in an inner city area where continual infill development is putting at risk a lot of our natural cooling mechanisms, such as trees and vegetation, that we're struggling to replace in the public realm, and we tend to be losing them in the private realm, and that's contributing to a heat island effect, which is having very negative effects, as I believe it was Mr. Moradis that was talking about people in public housing that are suffering for this. The climate emergency is not just about risk to buildings and risk to our infrastructure or even risk to trees. It's also very much about the risk to us. It's a public health issue. The heat island effect makes people sick, and it was particularly striking to see people both from the Older Persons Consultative Committee talking about how it would affect them, and people, you know, as young as politically engaged people sort of can be, such as Theo and Ella, who are talking about how this will affect their future. And I'm really glad that that they've come back on to continue to make sure that we're doing the right thing here. So the climate emergency is going to be with us for a very long time. The economic emergency is obviously a big one, and this pandemic has shaped our lives in ways that we never have expected it to, and shaped our economy. But our economy has hit really severe shocks before, and we've proven our ability to come out of that. We have not yet proven our ability to come out of the climate emergency, and we need to, and we're running out of time. So we need to make sure that everything we can do at a local level is being done, and that we're also putting the pressure on those other levels of government who have responsibilities for things like coal-fired power plants and you know, agriculture and other big emissions generators to do what they need to do. So I definitely commend this alternative motion to make sure that rather than just talking the talk, we actually walk the walk. We've declared a climate emergency. It should actually form part of our planning for the next 4 years.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. Firstly, the officers need to be thanked for their hard work, and we have the right team of people here at the City of Port Phillip to get this strategy done within our statutory requirement, and I'm very, very confident of that. It's one of the most important things that this council will do is to set its council plan in track, and it's important we do that as a unified team. Particularly when it comes to a vote. There will be lots of things that all of us love about the council plan when it eventually comes, and there will be all of us also that don't like some parts of the council plan, but it's important that we have enough components and strategic directions in the council plan that we can all have a roadmap to work together to achieve what we think is individually right for our community, but also as a council to provide clear governance and clear direction. Having said that, I'm voting against this here this evening for 3 primary reasons. And to start with, please, councillors, don't take this as a indication that I don't support the council plan process. That's not the case at all. I've been actively involved, and I'll continue to be actively involved and a constructive participant in the development of the policy and the plan. But there's 3 things that concern me about this motion here this evening, and I don't really understand why we actually have this motion, albeit some of you, I think, will eloquently put that it is required that we put this out in public. But the 3 reasons I think is that, 1, it illustrates a top-down approach rather than a bottom-up approach. Council should listen first and act second. These strategic pillars are council's view of the world. It's more important that we get the community's view of the world before we set strategic directions. I understand there's a time limitation, but we have a substantial amount of money budgeted to go out to public consultation. We should do that first before we submit strategic directions in place. Then go out and reinforce effectively the draft council plan needs to go out for consultation. That is the time where we get the really in-depth information based on whether or not we've got our strategic pillars in the right spot. The second reason is the economic sustainability reasons. Sorry, pardon me. The economic sustainability isn't prevalent enough in the document. It says here in 3.2.2, it focuses on the declaration of an economic emergency, yet in the actual strategic pillars, there is no express mention to them and about what the council plan needs to focus on, particularly from the council's income and outgoing challenges that it faces, particularly in the next 2 years. We hope that the council's budget position substantially improves in year 3 or 4 of this council, but it's probably realistic to say that, albeit the real economy, I think, will show vast improvements, hopefully in the next 6 months, which it already is, which is fantastic news for the vast majority of our municipalities. There's still pockets of the economy which are hurting, but the majority of the economy is actually doing remarkably well and much better than council officers had previously predicted. So the economic component of this argument isn't prevalent enough in the strategic pillars that we're putting here. The third reason is it makes the process also potentially very, very rigid. We want the council plan process to be as agile as possible. So if these 5 pillars need to be flipped on their head once we go out for consultation and they need to be changed, that's quite a big leap of faith now that we've actually set these in concrete. So for those 3 reasons tonight, I won't be supporting the alt motion that Councillor Martin has put up here this evening. Please, I'll just close by thanking the officers and saying we've got the right team of people to get this plan done. And please, councillors or anybody else out there, don't take this as an indication that I don't support the creation of the plan. You'd be foolish if you did that. I'll be as constructive as I possibly can and put my full shoulder to the wall to ensure that I am a worker, not a shirker, when it comes to the development of the council plan. But councillors, there's my concerns about the motion we're considering here this evening, and I hope you can take those into account when you're making your decision here tonight.
Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment to this motion.
What's the amendment?
The amendment is 3.2.3, that the City of Port Phillip bans air travel for councillors and council officers.
Can I just get some governance? Is this really appropriate when it's a council plan? Is this a specific? Can I get some governance on this, please?
Through you, Mayor, I think 3.2.3 needs to relate to
the actual
the opening sentence of 3.2, which is the referring to current policy positions, or as in the officer's recommendation previous. But either way, this is not. If Councillor Bond wishes to introduce a new policy, then it probably needs to be put as a separate point. So you could add that into the strategic directions or include it as a separate point. I might ask Ms Bennett or Ms Kirsty Pearce to help me, but I don't think it sits in 3.2.3 from a constructive point of view in terms of a motion.
Kirsty?
Through you, Mayor, in terms of crafting an actionable motion, given that 3.2 refers specifically to current policy positions of council, for the sake of clarity of what Councillor Bond is trying to achieve, I would suggest that it would be more appropriate to create an additional item 3.4 that requests that council review a policy, perhaps a councillor expenses and support policy to address whether the City of Port Phillip could ban air travel for councillors and council officers.
Madam Mayor, can I make a point of order, please?
Yes.
I think it's very good that the officers have been taking this as if this is some sort of serious motion from Councillor Bond, but this is the same stunt that he's actually pulled twice before in council. It's all a big joke to him. Can we actually just rule this out of order?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm getting governance on. Thank you, Councillor Baxter. I guess
through you, Mayor, just to build on Kirsty's advice, if Councillor Bond wants to include this as an amendment, he should make it as 3.4 and it should reference where he wants that to be considered in terms of the item, which is the council plan strategic directions, as Kirsty said. If he wants to include a review of current policy in relation to travel for councillors and council officers in the strategic directions, which is the title of the item, he's better to put it into 3.1 or to put it as 3.4.
Councillor Bond?
I'll put it as 3.4 based on the advice received from Ms Bennett.
Can we just get the wording right through you, Mayor?
Yes, of course.
I would think it should say, and I'll check with Kirsty, 3.4, that the strategic directions, that ties it back to the agenda item, and this would be in particular, the strategic directions include consideration of banning air travel for councillors and council officers, and that would fall under direction 5, well governed, I would imagine. Or yeah, Councillor Bond doesn't need to say where it sits. We can work that out for him.
Okay, so that wording's correct then?
That's actionable, Mayor, so it's a valid motion.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for this amendment?
I'll second it.
You need to put that in the chat, please, to follow the procedure. Just yes. Okay, so Councillor Clark to second. Councillor Bond, could you speak to the amendment?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I think we heard from our speakers here tonight. I'll quote one of them directly, that without actions, our declaration of a climate emergency and an economic emergency is, and I quote, tokenistic virtual signalling. And they urged us to follow up the declaration with action. This is the same motion I put up last time when we declared a climate emergency. I couldn't even get a seconder at that point in time. So I appreciate being able to get a seconder tonight. But as Councillor Baxter says, we need to walk the walk. It's not good enough that we just talk the talk. And I put this in here to test you, councillors. Are you serious about this being a climate emergency? It's one thing to sit here and say we've only got 4 years left and a whole heap of other make a whole heap of other statements about how pressing this issue is. Well, here's an opportunity for you to put your money where your mouth is, and by making a personal sacrifice and a sacrifice for our organisation by us not being able to jump on an aeroplane and travel. So if you're serious about this being a climate emergency, and I guess it could relate to the economic emergency as well, but yes, a climate emergency, ban air travel. Show us you're serious. Be prepared to make your own personal sacrifice on this by committing not to travel on an aeroplane as a councillor, and for the officers not to travel on an aeroplane. We've all learnt to do everything by Zoom over the last 6 months, so this is now a lot more possible than it was the first time I put this up. So there's no excuses. Show us you really mean there is a climate emergency with some action here tonight. And if this motion, my amendment, gets up, I will support the original motion. So,
Councillor Clark.
No, I don't wish to speak. Thanks.
Councillor Baxter.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I don't know why we're actually dealing with this obvious troll attempt by Councillor Bond here. This is not a good faith motion. This is an
point of order, Madam Mayor. If you could ask
sorry.
Councillor Baxter to refrain from personal insults and speak to the motion that's before us.
I just sat here and got insulted by you by saying that.
Okay. Time out, everybody. Time out.
We're not.
Is it a point of?
I'll continue to speak.
I need to check the point of order. Sorry, Councillor Baxter. Can I get
through you, Mayor, Council needs to cease speaking once points of order has been called, and I'll ask Kirsty Pearce to give you some advice on the point of order. And Councillor Bond would need to say which of the governance rules Councillor Baxter has.
I think it would be covered by our code of conduct about treating each other's respect.
Through you, Mayor, the Councillor calling the point of order, I believe, is required to state which governance rule is the point of order has been called on. I'll get Kirsty Pearce to give you some advice on that. Is that correct, Kirsty?
It's in the preamble to the meeting, I believe. Mr.
Through
CEO.
you, Mayor, I believe that Councillor Bond is calling a point of order on the grounds that a statement is under 49.3b, an act of conduct in contravention of the Council Code of Conduct based on his comment in response.
Or if you want section 64 part 2.
Through you, Mayor.
Yes, can you help me out here, please?
Can I ask the councillors don't interact?
Or 49.3.
Councillor Bond, I'm seeking advice right now, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor. Once points of order has been called, I'd ask that councillors obey the governance rules and allow us to give you some advice.
Yes, please.
Without interruption. Thank you. I do believe that the comment made by Councillor Baxter, which was troll, was probably disrespectful in terms of the intent of the code of conduct, and I'd suggest that you ask Councillor Baxter to withdraw that and stick to the topic.
Okay, I will go with that. So, Councillor Baxter, if you could continue, but refrain from
Sure.
comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Councillor Bond's amendment here is straight out of the Climate Deniers Handbook. What they do is they pretend that climate emergency advocates advocate for the banning of air travel. That's what they do. They pretend that we're saying we should ban all air travel, and therefore, if we travel by air, we are hypocrites. That's the argument that climate deniers, people who seek to actually deny that climate change is occurring, that's the argument that they use. However, that's not the case. It's never been the case. No climate scientist has said we must ban air travel for individuals in order to save the planet. There are a number of different roadmaps that have been laid out about what national governments, international bodies, state bodies, local municipal bodies can do to make an impact on this planet. And what they haven't done is say that we should ban air travel. All right. Some people may say that we could limit it. We could invest more into high-speed rail. All of those sorts of things, and fair enough. Nobody has ever said we should ban air travel. So what Councillor Bond here is doing what climate deniers do. They seek to muddy the waters. Right. They seek to get us talking about why I, Tim Baxter, am a hypocrite for not banning myself from air travel while trying to do the right thing on climate change. Despite the fact that there is no hypocrisy here, I've never advocated for the banning of air travel, nor has anybody involved in the climate movement done so. So making this up, creating a straw man argument and then knocking it down, this is classic trolling behaviour. All right, so this is actually textbook stuff from the hard right-wing climate denier, from your QAnon people. This is what you see.
Councillor Baxter, just sorry, I'm going to call for the point of order.
Madam Mayor, I note Councillor Baxter didn't withdraw his remark when you directed him to last time, and I let it slip, but he's just repeated it.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has.
He didn't actually say that.
He's referred to it as classic trolling behaviour. So if you could ask him to
No, he is referring
as he was.
Councillor Bond, he did not actually, he's talking about general thing. He's not talking about playing the person. I'm going to allow that one. Councillor Baxter, could you please retract the initial troll comment and continue, but please keep step back from the line a little while you're having this debate. Play the issue, not the person.
So when using the word troll, I was referring to a behaviour, not an individual. And that is the behaviour that we see from climate deniers and people in QAnon and those hard right people. That's what we see, and that is what I'm calling out tonight.
Who's calling?
It's Marcus Pearl here. I don't recall Councillor Baxter actually withdrawing the comment that you requested him to do so.
Okay, guys, we could keep doing this all night. So, Councillor Baxter, please retract that comment and then continue on your speech.
I'm going to tell you right now, I never actually made the comment that Councillor Bond is a troll. I said that the behaviour he was engaging in is a troll.
I did make the call. I'm sorry. At the earlier point, Councillor Baxter, could you
please feel free to sanction me, and I'm happy to see the rest of my time if you wish to do that. But Councillor Bond has sought to waste all of our time here by arguing a stupid motion that makes no sense because he doesn't believe in climate change.
Councillor Baxter, I'm gonna have to take a time out here, please, everyone. Peter.
Through Mayor, can I suggest a 5-minute adjournment? We can give you some advice.
Everyone can take a deep breath.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, everyone, we're taking a 5-minute adjournment while I get some advice, and everyone, it would be a good idea to take a deep breath while we're doing that. Thank you. Okay, councillors, so we are going to resume. I've been just getting lots of governance. So, Councillor Baxter, under the rules, if I've ruled that you retract the use of the word troll, you must do so quickly without explanation. And if you refuse to if you're unwilling to do so, I will direct you to no longer speak to this motion.
Understood.
Understood. So what is your decision? Will you retract the comment?
So again, I was talking about the councillor's behaviour.
Councillor, it doesn't matter. I've actually directed that first initial troll. So will you withdraw it or not?
I will not. That person was trolling.
Okay. Well, then I direct you to no longer speak to this motion. You will be able to vote, but you cannot speak. Okay. So I'm moving on to the next councillor. Now I need to go back a little bit. I believe Councillor Sirikoff wanted to speak to the amendment.
Thanks, Mayor. I can tell everybody that I'm definitely not a climate denier, and I think Councillor Pearl has brought a point forward in that, given that we have declared a climate and an economic emergencies, that we should seriously consider air travel by councillors and council staff when using air travel, and how it can be justified if we're going to take this whole package seriously.
Thank you. I don't know that you have. Councillor Pearl, have you spoken to the amendment? I've lost track. Sorry, folks.
No, I haven't spoken to the amendment yet.
Okay, let me just check that it is no one else between Councillor Sirikoff. Okay, Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Councillor Bond, for the amendment of 3.4. I won't be supporting the amendment. What I'd like to do, and what I've always tried to do on the last council on 3 occasions where I was terribly unsuccessful, but I do thank you, Councillor Bond, for your support, is to change the policy whereby for councillors to travel on interstate travel, ratepayer funded travel, that they should do so with prior permission, and a report of that travel should be tabled in a council meeting. So ratepayers have full transparency. So for example, if the federal government was going to give us $2 billion to build, well, not give it to us, but start building a train line in Fisherman's Bend, for example, I would be perfectly fine if the mayor was required to go to Canberra to have a photo opportunity and explain the benefits of that announcement. That would be no issue to me whatsoever, because that trip is good value for money, and that would be easily exemplified by a report that would be tabled at council. So I don't think the right approach is to ban air travel. But I do think in the councillor expense policy, we need to have more rigour around when travel is approved, particularly for councillors. There are a lot of, I would describe, unnecessary trips taken by councillor in the last term. And I think if most of those had the opportunity to see the light of day in terms of reports coming to council, that'd be a good thing for transparency, which is something we should all support. But in terms of banning air travel outright, that's not something I support, but I do support increasing the rigour around particularly the reporting of any air travel, which I think would have a natural consequence, Councillor Bond, of reducing it. But I won't be supporting your amendment this evening, albeit I think you're putting it up.
Councillor Martin, I apologise for the delay. Your turn to speak. On the amendment, we are debating the amendment. Just to clarify. Councillor Martin, you're on mute.
We have an amendment proposed to a motion that's looking at key strategic directions for council, and probably we need to define the definition of a key strategic direction. My view is that the point that's proposed in 3.4 is a very important point and one that's worth debating, and I appreciate Councillor Pearl's comments, and hopefully as the strategic plan's developing, we can look at things like travel policy, so we can pick up the argument that Councillor Bond has brought forward, Councillor Pearl has brought forward. I'd also argue, though, that the item that's currently proposed at 3.4 is not a strategic direction, and given that this motion refers only to strategic directions, I would not at this stage be voting in favour of that motion. If by some chance the motion was carried, I've prepared a list of about 250 other motions that I also believe would lead to I've got a strong commitment to a climate emergency. I'm happy to do that, but my preference would be that we don't accept this particular amendment because, as I say, I don't believe it meets the criteria of what we'd call a strategic direction.
Councillor, I mean, I'm going to go to Councillor Copsey, but then I guess there is that governance advice required. Is it? Oh, look, is it actually a strategic direction? And anyway, we'll go to Councillor Copsey.
It's up there now, Madam Mayor, and we're in debate.
Yeah, it's in debate.
But I agree. It's a lot of it's been said. I think it's unfortunate that Councillor Bond's response once again to the issue of the climate emergency being debated is to bring up this this type of input. It's been spoken about before. It wasn't successful the last time that it was brought up, and I don't particularly consider that it's a useful contribution at this stage with the motion that we are talking about, which is the strategic directions to go out to community consultation. For the benefit of members of the community watching, air travel is fairly rare, I would say, during council, but there are times when it is unavoidable, as Councillor Pearl has pointed out. For example, if the Mayor is required to go to Canberra for advocacy and lobbying purposes on behalf of our community, that's one of the situations where it might arise. But I do think that this is brought to give the impression of an issue that, whilst it's one that's worthy of consideration, I think it is amongst a number of other things that council can proactively do that will have a great impact at the local council level. So I do think that it's a bit of a gotcha attempt. I won't be supporting it as part of this motion tonight. I believe that it's a conversation that already occurs within council, and I'm fully supportive of us continuing that conversation. But as Councillor Pearl has pointed out, I don't think you start from the position of banning air travel. It's not constructive, and it ignores the reality of some of the roles that councillors and staff are required to make at some point. It's a bit akin to this whole, you participate in the system, so how therefore can you be said to be taking the system seriously? Changing the system, and I think I'll look forward to us getting back to the substantive debate of what's a really important issue to our community. I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors that want to speak to the amendment, or can we put this to the vote? All right, I'm going to put this to the vote. This is the amendment. So this is just for the newer councillors, and to clarify for all of us, we are voting on whether to include point 3.4 to the substantive motion, which we will then go back and debate. Whoever's got their sound on? Could you mute yourself, please? So I put the amendment under division and call on each councillor's vote. Councillor Pearl.
Against.
Councillor Sirikoff.
Against.
Councillor Baxter.
Against.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Copsey.
Against.
Councillor Crawford against. Councillor Consolo.
Against.
Councillor Martin.
Against.
The amendment has failed. Now that means we could we please remove 3.4 and we'll go back to the substantive motion as it stood before. Now, could I get advice? I know that Councillor Martin and Councillor Baxter have spoken to it, but I have lost track of who else has spoken to this main motion. Is it
through you, Mayor? The speakers I have listed is Councillors Martin, Baxter, Pearl and Bond.
Great. Are there any other councillors other than those four who would like to speak to the substantive motion? I am going to speak then if I may. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed for our community who turned up tonight to say how important this was to them. What we are doing in this strategic direction is highlighting the two massive elephants in the room that this council and our community are dealing with. In a way, it would be remiss of us to not include them right up front, because all the decisions we make, all our strategic directions will be affected by the climate emergency and the economic emergency for our term. So I think naming, it would be a foolish council plan that was just pretending that these things didn't exist, and they do. One of our main jobs is to keep our community safe, and that looks like different things. It might be safe playgrounds, it might be sunshades to keep the kids not overheating during the middle of the day. It might be, working with the police on our St Kilda foreshore so that there isn't antisocial behaviour. There are many different ways, and part of keeping our community safe involves addressing climate change, because as it was said again and again, we live in a community that will be most affected by sea level rise and flooding and all of that. So I'm disappointed that we've got to this point of this kind of discussion. I think it's disrespectful to the community that actually wanted to make a very important point to us. They are worried. They don't feel safe with the future that is lying ahead of us. And it is up to us as leaders of this community elected to address the elephants in the room that is going to affect each and every one of us like COVID. It's not going to make exceptions. So I'm going to ask you to support this motion to make sure that we are addressing the economic and the climate emergency that we are facing, not just us alone, the entire world. And we're the leaders of this little community. So let's take it seriously, and I ask you to support this motion. Councillor Consolo.
Thank you. I feel a little conflicted on this one. I hear the speakers loud and clear that the climate emergency should be added and the economic emergency, and fully support that part. But when Councillor Pearl brought up that the first part, perhaps we should wait to have that community engagement before we set this in stone, is a very valid point. And because they're all linked together, it's hard for the vote. But I just want to tell everybody and reassure them that I hear the climate and economic emergency should be included. So thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor. I think we have a series of strategies and policies. Some are existing, carrying over from the last council, and some are, and those strategies and policies are also part of the discussion around developing a council plan. It's right to say that these two that have been called out here are existing policies, and in terms of how we're framing the discussion with the community and as part of our ongoing discussions to reach a council plan, I think it's been quite distracting and divisive to specifically call out these two policies out of a suite of policies that we have that are already existing policies in council. So we could call out a number of other policies that are already existing, that aren't changing, and that are also being considered and discussed by the community as part of workshops, pop-up sessions that we're doing. It seems, as I said, to have called out these two seems to have caused a distortion and a divisive debate that was perhaps unnecessary through this whole motion in itself. I could question the economic emergency. No one's debating that COVID has been a massive impact, had a massive negative impact clearly across our community and residents. I like to look on the positive that we are coming out of that, and that is improving. And so how we frame up the council plan going forward around that, and hopefully in a positive way that things are improving and people getting back on their feet, be it business or residents. And I realise there's a lot of people who maybe aren't yet in that place, particularly in Victoria. But we need to keep an open mind about all of the existing policies that we have, as the council currently has from previous councils, and be able to have had a debate. And I just feel this motion has focused on two only of these policies and distorted it. And I hope that this motion and the debate doesn't result in polarising the community's ability to have an open and fruitful discussion around the existing policies, all of them, and the council plan and where we need to be. And for that reason, I won't be supporting this motion.
Councillor Copsey.
I thank all of the members of the community who came and spoke so eloquently tonight. One of the best parts of being a councillor is knowing that we have such a passionate community who are already looking to the solutions. I disagree with some of the comments that have been made around what this motion does. As Ms Bennett's referred to in advice earlier, we're at the start of forming our council plan for this term, and it's quite common for this council to consider draft documents before they go out to consultation. And our strategic directions are here for all to see, that we're, the starting point of where council is having these discussions. We're here tonight as council, sending those out into the community for feedback. So I would urge councillors who are concerned about that and where we are in the process, that you don't have to worry. This is the start of the process. These are our draft strategic directions, as it says, and they are the basis for the beginning of our conversation with our community. I would not, don't not support this one. That's a double negative. You should still support this motion if those sorts of concerns are biting at you, because I don't think that that's an accurate reflection of what this motion seeks to do. As to whether or not this is divisive, I don't know where that comes from either. Tonight, what I've heard from all of the many speakers who've shown up, and I'm really pleased that we've had such great attendance on a fraught little online meeting tonight, are speaking to the current needs of our community and the deep passion and concern on both elements of this, of the 3.2 motion. So just touching briefly on the economic emergency, people have spoken about the fact that the economic emergency has come about due to COVID, and we're on the way out now. I think in one sense that's true. There will be an immediate recovery from this, but what COVID has actually shown us is the vulnerabilities of the way that our society and our economy are structured at the moment. I think what's also been brilliant is that it has also shown the amazing resilience of the Port Phillip community and the sense of community that binds us together. But as well as there being an economic shock from COVID and the resulting impacts, it's really brought to light the inequality that we already knew was a problem in Port Phillip, something that we've been trying to work to reduce for a long time. It's brought to light the fragility of our housing system. Again, something that this council and the councils many terms before have been working to try and remedy. So whilst we're at a crisis point, I think that both of these refer to situations that we've known about for a very long time, and I hope that we'll take the opportunity presented by this big pause and consideration and celebration of what we're doing well as a community to build back better. And that's a bit of a hashtag, but I think that what this actually provides us with is a great moment to re-examine how things were before. And maybe we don't want to go back to exactly how we were doing things. Maybe this is a time when we actually move forward and start really prioritising the things that make our community a great place to live, including the beautiful natural environment we're lucky to be stewards of as councillors, and also the great local resilience that has been shown throughout this, and the sense of community support and care for one another. So I think that these actually are a great basis for us to start our conversation, and I'm really, really supportive of both being mentioned in the strategic directions. I think they actually speak to not only the situation that we're in now, but where we want to be in the end of this term and looking a bit longer into 10-year forecasts and so on. I'm passionate about addressing the climate emergency, and I really hear what some members of the community said tonight. I often talk when we speak about what action Council has taken so far about the fact that we're just recognising the climate emergency. The climate emergency exists whether governments choose to declare it or not. A responsible government will actually recognise that we are living in a time of ecological crisis and act with the appropriate urgency and action. I'm really looking forward, I hope, to getting the majority support of councillors to do more on this front this term. The original climate emergency motion that was brought in 2019 did talk about embedding emergency action throughout all of Council's relevant documents and procedures. So I think this is totally in line with the original declaration. And what's more, I fully acknowledge what's been said about the requirements of councillors under the Act to actually take serious action on this. I'll be interested to, I really hope that this gets up tonight. I think it would be hugely, a huge loss for our community who's invested so much in Council's position on this and clearly wants to include this in the conversation were it to fail. So I would urge your councillors to support this as we go into the beginning of the council plan conversation. But I also am aware that should it fail, the community is not going to let this one go. We do actually need to progress climate action, and we've done some great things in the past in Port Phillip. There's a lot of threats we face, which people have pointed out tonight. There's threats because of our coastal nature, because we're low-lying, but there are also lots of opportunities, and there's already so much great work going on in the community to reduce community emissions, which is the next focus of Council. Now that we have managed to get 100% renewable electricity power for Council, we need to get onto sorting and reducing community emissions, and we have to do that in partnership with the community, and I'm so sure that we have strong foundation to build on there. And it involves advocacy. So I certainly hope that we will be taking this through and making sure that the state and federal governments also act as responsible governments should, and recognise that we are in a climate emergency and that all governments need to act in partnership with business and the community. We're there, we're ready to go, and I really hope that we can get traction on this throughout the life of this council term. So I will definitely be supporting this motion, and I look forward to the council plan conversation. It's one of the most important and I think most fascinating parts of the term when we get all of those good ideas from the community. So everyone who's spoken tonight, thank you, and I hope you'll stay part of the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. Councillor Sirikoff. You're still on mute, Councillor Sirikoff. Councillor Sirikoff, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to thank everybody who's turned up tonight and spoken so passionately about their concerns about climate change and also economic challenges. I agree that we do have these issues in our community, across our council and across Australia and the world. I agree that we have climate change issues and economic changes that we have to tackle right now, and that we need to find common sense solutions to both of these concerns. I would also like to see referenced in these strategic plans practical and common sense solutions, and where we acknowledge and we include climate emergency and economic emergency, as these declarations are a part of our policy and won't be ignored. I think this council needs to include tackling sustainability and be practical by getting the FOGO bins delivered to every household, which is well overdue, and would reduce waste to landfill. This will also reduce the cost to council for landfill fees and hence address both climate and economic issues. Let's address mitigating flooding in Port Phillip and notably Elwood. Again, addressing both climate and economic issues. These are important to everybody, and I noticed that there were many speakers who were speaking to this tonight. With the strategy and including these two declarations, I think we're preempting the direction of the strategies, and when we should be going out to deliberative consultation first and seeing what responses we get from the community. And once we've got those responses, those should be included. Then we can look at including the declarations of emergency change and economic emergencies. And then we can progress climate action at all and address climate action at all levels of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think that's everyone that's spoken. So we're going to go back to Councillor Martin. Would you like to close? Yep, Councillor Martin.
Madam Mayor, I've had a number of disappointments in my life. I buried a daughter at the age of 21 months. My football team, Fitzroy, was taken away from me, but the standard debate tonight has been not quite as stressing as that, but up there with some of those events I really have not enjoyed this evening at all. Can I go back to item 3.1, where Council endorses a set of strategic directions? Let me take you through those strategic directions. Those strategic directions are we consolidate from 6 to 5. We're now going to have inclusive, livable, sustainable, vibrant and well-governed Port Phillip. I cannot think of anything that I would ever want to do for my wonderful Gateway community or for the rest of the community of the City of Port Phillip that wouldn't fit under one of those 5 headings. I don't see that the adoption of these 5 strategic directions limits in any way anything that the consultative process can bring into the council plan. And I'm inclined to think that, I hope I'm wrong, but it's possible that by using the fact that we're giving people 5 headings under which to put anything they like and group anything they like, I don't believe we're being at all exclusive. I believe that we may be using that, some of us may be using that as an opportunity to turn away from what I consider to be the 2 most important things that are facing the City of Port Phillip at this present time. And they are the climate and economic emergencies that were declared by the previous council. They're not policies, they are emergencies. They sit above policies. We could list any council policy that we like. We could make up another 200 council policies. But as we go through this strategic plan process, what I'm hoping this council will say is, no matter what we put under those 5 headings, all of them have to be aware we're facing both economic and climate emergencies. I said when I put this motion at the beginning of the debate, that I'm hoping that the economic emergency is temporary and that we're about to emerge from it. I've done a lot of street walking and bike riding in the last few weeks, and I just note to you all, I don't think I've driven my car for a week. I'm now riding my bike everywhere. I am aware that the rubberised tyres are in fact a chemical product, so there's probably a tiny bit of pollution there, but it's probably more environmentally friendly than my car. So I'm trying to put my money where my mouth is, and I don't intend flying anywhere for quite a while. But as I'm going around, I'm seeing from the families that I still work with in Port Melbourne, the traders that I see on our main streets, from my discussions with the Housing First Board, in my discussions with the Public Women Checker Board, all I'm hearing about is economic emergencies and how our families are struggling. And we as a council need to send a very, very clear signal to our community that no matter what we're doing, no matter what we put into our council plan, that's one of the two key things we need to know, to take aware of, or to be aware of. The second thing, I would have thought that it was blindingly obvious, but I may be wrong, is that we're facing a climate emergency. I'm old enough to remember the flood of 1956 in Elwood, when people sailed boats on the tennis court in St Kilda Street. We were told that was a 1 in 100 flood. I can remember lifting the carpets in my old house in Midford Street in 1989 and again in 1992 as the floods came through. So the 1 in 100 emergencies are becoming 1 in 3 year emergencies. So if any municipal council in Australia should be cognizant of the effect of global warming and of climate change, it's the city of Port Phillip, and those poor people who live near the coast, who are going to be living in Fisherman's Bend, who live in St Kilda or Elwood, are the first cab off the rank to be affected. We also need to declare our climate emergency, not just to look after the good people of the city of Port Phillip, but to stand in line with our neighbouring councils and governments all around the world to show that we are serious about addressing this. And there's a saying that's been around for years that's think global, act local. We think about the global impact of the current climate emergency, but we do what we can locally. If everybody else does what they can locally, the world will be a better place. So I commend this motion to you, and as I say, it doesn't preclude anything in any of this take place during the deliberative consultation or any other debates that take place. When our council plan goes out to consultation, people don't like stuff that's in there, they can tell us. We can put in whatever we like. The headings that council set for us or that the council officers have given us don't preclude us doing anything like that. But if we knock this motion back, we're sending a very, very clear message to the good people of the city of Port Phillip about what we think about the importance or lack thereof of climate and economic emergencies in our area.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Martin. I am going to ask DTTS to contact you, Peter. Councillor Martin, it's very hard. Your sound keeps dropping in and out a bit. You and Tim must be on the same internet speed, so we'll put this to the vote first. I'll put the motion under division and I'll call upon each councillor for their vote. So, Councillor Pearl.
I'm against, but I think I went first last time, but I'm not sure. I think
I'm first.
Oh, it doesn't actually matter, guys.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't
But
matter.
that's why I'm against. I'm against.
Councillor Sirikoff.
Against.
Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. Councillor Consolo.
For.
Councillor Martin. I couldn't hear you then, Peter. Could you, I think, sorry, Councillor Martin, are you on sound?
For.
Great, so I've heard it officially. That motion is carried. Thank you very, everyone. I am aware of time and I did put out there that 11 might be the time we finish, so we're going to keep moving right along. We're now moving on to item 14 point. Actually, we did agree before to go on to vote on block for the following. No, sorry, it's not these three, is it? Apologies, not yet. 14.2 is where we're at, adoption of community engagement policy. Councillors, do we have any questions of the officers? I might have a question. I'll take up Rhonda Small's question, if I may, to ask, has there been any consideration by the council body around ward or any conversation around holding regular ward meetings, and is that something we could consider?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that is certainly something that councillors could consider if they wished. Officers could work with councillors to determine the outcomes that you'd be seeking as an elected body with respect to those ward meetings. we could also work with you around how these would be delivered, but also the resourcing implications of an initiative such as that. We could certainly do that through the upcoming budget process.
Great, thank you. Are there any further questions? All right, we have an officer's recommendation. We've got a mover. Councillor Copsey, do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Baxter. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion?
In the interest of time, I'm going to keep it brief. This is a very important policy. Essentially, what this policy in its current form does is enable council to undertake community engagement at all sorts of different levels. So for those who are familiar with community engagement all across the IAP2 spectrum, all the way from informed through to deliberative, we'll throughout the term be seeking input from the community, and we'll attempt to get that at the right level for the issue being discussed. But I personally am very excited about the direction that the new Local Government Act took us, where we're seeking to incorporate more deliberative engagement with our community. And we just got to get this policy in so that we can comply with requirements and enable council to get on with the actual doing of engagement, which so many of our speakers tonight mentioned is the actual proof in the pudding, and I'm excited about it. I'll be supporting this.
Councillor Baxter.
Sure. I'll be quick as well, but I know there are lots of ways in which our community wish we were better at community engagement and community consultation. I know that there are a lot of councils out there where community engagement isn't even thought of, and consultation is an afterthought. They just tick the boxes. So I think that we can certainly improve, and I think that perhaps having these ward meetings and things like that is certainly one way that we could do that. But I also just I want to say that we're actually really lucky to have a community that demands to be engaged. That's not true everywhere, and it manifests itself in 14, 15, 16-year-old kids coming here and talking to us about what's important to them. I say coming here online, obviously, but this is, you can't see this happening in many places. So I'm not necessarily saying that's on us and what we've done right. I'm saying that's our community, and that's we will constantly have to live up to the standards of our community in terms of our transparency and engagement, and that's exciting. I'm really looking forward to it.
Councillor Sirikoff.
I'm going to support this policy. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for all of the community to get involved and express their opinions on how they feel on all sorts of matters. And I would like to encourage everybody to come forward and take part in deliberative consultation. Thank you.
Any other councillors like to speak to the motion? No, I'll just add one little thing that, one of the straightforward ways our community can engage happened tonight when they came to speak to us. So thank you. We want more of that, not just online, but in all of the ways that we can reach out to you, because one of the hardest things on council is actually reaching out to the people we don't always hear from. So the better we can get at community engagement, the better it will be for our overall community, hearing from everybody. Okay, Councillor Copsey, would you like to close? No? Okay, I'm going to put that to the vote. Put the motion under division and a call upon you for your vote. Councillor Sirikoff.
For.
Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. Yes. I was just listening for was waiting for her to reply. For. Councillor Consolo.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Great, that motion is carried, and Councillor Crawford is definitely in favour. Okay, let's move on to the 14.3, which is the Councillor Code of Conduct, the adoption of it. Councillors, this is a very important document. Do we have any questions for the officers? Do we have any questions? We've got a mover, but do we have any questions on this one? I will ask a quick question, if I may, of officers. I believe it'd probably be Kylie Bennett's. So, as was mentioned earlier, this is the official adoption that we are signing up to as councillors, but is there opportunity in the future to review this, and would we have to sign up to it again if we changed it or added anything to it?
Through you, Mayor, there's always an opportunity if councillors throughout their term wish to review the Code of Conduct, then that's certainly something that you can do at any point in time. I might ask Kirsty Pearce just to provide some advice in terms of I believe it's only once that you're required to sign it, but I might ask Kirsty just to comment on that element.
Through you, Mayor, that is correct. Councillors do need to sign up to their Code of Conduct upon adoption. There's no requirement to re-sign at a review, but it would be in good governance to recommit their commitment to the code if any changes were made to that document.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, councillors? All right, so I have a mover for this item, for this motion, which is Councillor Pearl. Do I have a seconder? Or is Councillor Baxter, is that your indication of a second? Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Baxter. So Councillor Pearl.
I'll reserve, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Baxter.
Sure, yeah, look, I mean, the Code of Conduct is an important document that sets out how our councillors treat each other across this term and how we conduct ourselves. So I think it's really important. I think that it's really important to make sure that we take our job seriously and that we make sure that we're always serving our community rather than ourselves.
Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? I will then. I think there is always room for improvement in this space. You know, how we conduct ourselves as councillors is almost more important than the decisions we make, I think. And I think that we don't always get it right. And I think these kind of values and standards that are expected of us are much higher in writing than they were last term, and I think that's a really good thing. The world has moved on in a lot of ways around the world has moved on in a lot of ways around in corporations and what's expected in the community, and I think people who are elected at all levels of government often do not live up to the same standards that the rest of the society expects and the community expects. I do think that these standards and this particular code of conduct moves us into line with what is expected in the community, and I think that's a good thing. I think there is always room to conduct ourselves well. So I am very supportive of this conduct, this code of conduct, and it allows robust debate, but at the same time, making sure that we treat each other as in a decent way at all times, and the rules are much stricter, and the consequences and the process is much quicker to have consequences this time. And I make no bones about it. I think that is a good thing. So I ask my councillors to support this motion and conduct ourselves as our community would expect. Are there any other people that wish to speak to this motion? Councillor Pearl, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item seeks to deliver 4 outcomes. They are to set the behaviour and expectation of councillors, to support and foster a good working relationship between councillors, mandate the code of the conduct of councillors to build public confidence, and to obviously meet the legislative requirements of the Local Government Act. As Councillor Crawford indicated, the previous mechanisms of these types of policies proved inadequate to the sector, I would say, in the past, particularly the past 4 years I've been involved in local government. and credit to the state government for doing this, there has been some efforts to strengthen the way councillors are held to account, particularly for misconduct, and to expose misconduct and better avenues to expose it. And that's a good thing. That's a thing that's definitely required here at the City of Port Phillip. It's very, very important. One thing I would say is this council in the past has looked through rule books and technicalities and all types of things to get into and out of things. The reality is that there will never be a rule book that is tight enough to ensure that all levels of misconduct are stamped out. What it comes down to is the culture and the behaviour of individual councillors and the individual decisions that they make on a daily basis almost. So not necessarily how they treat themselves and their fellow councillors, but also how they treat council resources is very, very important. We're entrusted with a deep and solemn responsibility from our ratepayers and our residents, and that's something that no councillor should take lightly. And when you sign up to this code of conduct, councillors, if you indeed choose to do that, it's important that you reflect dearly on the obligations that you have, particularly under the Local Government Act, but the obligations you have under this document and the cultural obligations you have to ensure that you're honest and you conduct yourself with integrity in every single decision you make, big, small or indifferent. And as councillors, you make hundreds of those almost a day. And poor decision making on a small level can have a drastic impact on the reputation as us as a group of councillors and also the council as a whole. And if those small actions are taken for granted, it can erode the trust of our community and it will undermine good governance in this council. And personally, as a councillor, that's not something I will stand for. So very happy to support this here this evening, but it's one very small step, councillors. The mandate and the effect of this document will be determined by the quality of the decisions you make every day. So please don't let us down.
Okay, let's put that to the vote under division. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark.
Sorry, for.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. Councillor Consolo.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff.
A big yes.
Well, then that motion is carried with a big yes. Great. We are now going to consider voting on block on the following three items, which is 14.4, 14.5 and 14.6. And they are lifting of the confidentiality status of information considered by council in closed council meetings. 14.5 is the informal meetings or assemblies of council, and 14.6 is the appointment of authorised officers pursuant to the Planning and Environment Act 1987. So before we do that, I just want to check, are there any questions of the officers on either of those three items? No. If not, we have an officer's recommendation to all three. Do I have a mover to move all of three of these? We've got Councillor Copsey and seconded by Councillor Baxter. Councillor Copsey, did you want to speak to any of the three reports?
No, I won't speak to them, thanks.
Councillor Baxter?
No, thanks.
Any other councillors wish to speak to the three reports? I'll go back to Councillor Copsey. Would you like to close? Okay, let's move to voting under division. For the three, Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. Councillor Consolo.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff.
Yes.
Councillor Baxter.
For.
The motion is carried, so those three reports. Okay, we're going to move to 14.7, which is the 2020-21 mid-year financial review. So councillors, do we have any questions for the officers? So we have a recommendation. And I'm going to move this an alternate recommendation on this one. Do I have, which could I please get up on the screen? So councillors, this is the alternative motion, which is the same from 3.1 to 3.4, but the addition is 3.5 in light of the needs identified by the Port Phillip community with respect to cultural and economic hardship as a result of COVID-19, that Council considers the following activities in part, which would seek to allocate the balance of the Live, Love Local St Kilda Festival Fund, that is 349,961, with expenditure to commence prior to the 31st of December 2021 to support recovery efforts. And I would take the vote on all of these items individually. They are all listed there. Do I have a seconder? I do from Councillor Baxter, is that correct? Sorry, I've lost track of where it is. Councillor Baxter to second. All right, and just to clarify, in the voting of it, I will vote for 1 to 5, and then we will consider each individually. So we've heard from various traders tonight, and we've heard from the arts community more last time we were considering some of these items, and we've been given a lot of information behind the scenes as well. And we've had lots of conversations, I know. And we know that we are still well and truly in the midst of a global pandemic, and the last shutdown is just a sign of it, and who knows what is to come, especially considering the vaccine rollout is a long way from happening, and probably for our community to be safe and the wider community, it's going to take towards the end of the year. I think it's by September. We've also received information from an expert who's been looking at trends around what the change behaviour happens of shoppers, of customers, and there was a couple of things that stood out for me. One is that we need to personalise it and we need to differentiate. Like, what is it that makes you special? So I think that's Council. We have an amazing brand. That what makes Port Phillip special, what differentiates us, is our art, our culture, our events, our beautiful foreshore. And individual traders need to do individual things with their shops, but we as a council have a responsibility, I believe, in this time to do what we can to support people to come to the area generally, and then hopefully bring more economic prosperity back to our area. Because if we keep doing business as usual, we need new things to bring people to come and check out. People are very into experiential things. So the more things that we can get them to come and experience or see, whether it's art or performance or whatever it might be. But we need, these pockets of money can allow traders to have some say of it, but also traders to form organisations and associations that can help them get through this time. This money was put aside. It is ring-fenced from a previous council to help our arts community, which is still gutted, and who knows what will happen if JobKeeper and JobSeeker reduce. I think there's a lot more pain to come, and that's also less money for people to spend in our local community. I think whatever we can do to help our community, our traders and our arts community right now, is essential, and a small amount of money can go a long way. Councillor Baxter.
Just a clarifying question, Mayor. Would we speak to each item as we vote on it, or would we speak now and give the umbrella thing and not do debate for each item?
That is a very good question, and it depends on how people feel. Do we want a quick item, or do we want a long item? So I would prefer that people speak generally and then we just vote on it. That would be my preference. I guess I'm making a decision. So I'm going to make that call. I'm going to just check with governance. Can I make that call that we all speak generally to the one and then we vote on it separately? Or do I have to allow people to speak to each item individually?
Through you, Mayor, councillors have a right under the governance rules to speak to each motion and must always direct their comments to the motion at hand. So it would be more appropriate in this instance to councillors to speak to motions separately.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Baxter, no. So, Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to the sort of the general overview of what this money and the mid-year financial review is about?
Yeah, sure. Look, and I'll do that, and I'll try to minimise speaking on every single item because those will be here all night. So I will spare you that, Madam Mayor. Look, there's not much to say that the Mayor hasn't already said. Our municipality is hurting in a very unique way compared to a lot of other areas in Australia, really. And there's things that we can do to make a difference there. There are things that we can do that will not have the impact that the St Kilda Fest had in terms of all of its support for the arts and all of its support for local business and all of those sorts of things. We're not going to get that multiplier effect, but we're going to try and get something. And we're going to try and do the best we can, noting that getting 400,000 people in the same place is perhaps not the smartest idea at the moment. So I'm broadly supportive of a lot of these initiatives, and if I feel super strongly about any one of them that I feel like I need to get into the debate, I might do so, but I will try and sort of hold my tongue on that. Yeah, I want us to be supporting the arts, and I want us to be supporting our local businesses.
Councillor Perrell, are you seeing the bit that you need to see on the screen?
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't listening before properly, Madam Mayor. Just part A is I presume 3.1 to 3.3. Is that what you're saying we're voting on?
So 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3, and then we're noting 3.4, and then we'll go to 3.5, and we'll vote on that section that these have been identified, and we're going to consider voting on them, and then we'll go to Part B, Part C, Part D individually.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't listening properly. Now I understand what you're saying. That's perfectly fine. Thank you.
No, it is confusing. Even I'm confused. All right. Do we have anyone who wants to speak overall to the motion, or? Okay, are we sure? Going, so now that once we close this part, you'll only be able to speak to the individual things that we vote on. Is that okay, everyone? Yep. I'll just quickly close on that overall first half. I do note that the hard work of all of our officers that have gone into developing the financial review, it's a lot of work, and there's been some excellent works in saving money and looking for the opportunity where we can absorb the shock, and luckily good financial prudence over the last number of years, councils before that have put us in a good position where we can bear the shock of a global pandemic, and it will be good to look to how do we recover, but also fulfil all our obligations as a council. Okay, so I'm going to put 3.1 to 3.5 to the vote, and I'm going to go around by division. So this is the first section. The individual items is what we're going to vote on next. So Councillor Crawford, 4. Councillor Consolo.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Pearl. Councillor Pearl. We'll come back to you. Councillor Sirikoff. Are you a yes or a 4?
I'm a 4, sorry.
Councillor Sirikoff.
Uh, 4.
Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
Great. So that first section, 3.1 to 3.5, has passed. Now we'll move to the second, the A, B, C, etc. part of 3.5. So I'm going to need a mover and seconder for every part of these. So 3.6. Oh, I've moved, so I don't need to move it. So we're just going to ask for speakers. This is the confusing part. Sorry, everyone. Kirsty, I'm just asking for speakers to the item. Yes, so that's right. So
sorry, through you, Mayor, you've asked for the motion to be voted on in part. So you have moved and Councillor Baxter has seconded each of these motions essentially, and you're just asking for speakers and voting on these items.
Thank goodness we have you around. Thank you. Okay, would anyone like to speak to Part B? The Ormond Road Trader Association seed funding is up to $20,000. That's 3.5.1.
So I'm slightly confused. So we don't need a mover and a seconder before we can speak?
No, because in the first part, we agreed that I would move this on part. Yeah.
I don't follow. So we're currently speaking to Part B.
Part B, if you wish.
And then do we vote on Part B?
Yes, we do. And then we'll go to Part C.
But we don't need a mover and a seconder to speak to it.
No, because I foreshadowed in the 3.5 that we would do this in parts and as part of the motion.
Okay, so it's like a sub-vote, is it? It's not something I'm familiar with, that's all.
Yeah, no, I checked with governance before that we could do this. We found it might be the most simple way to do it. Okay, Councillor Martin.
I've spent the last couple of weeks wandering up and down our high streets talking to local traders. I've attended the 2 briefings that council officers have held with traders from the 4 main high streets, and I've spoken to representatives from all of those. There is very, very strong support out there from all 3 traders associations, but we'll speak to Ormond Road specifically, and many of you councillors will have been in the email exchange that have involved some of those traders. So you'll see that the motion talks about up to $20,000, and you'll see that in the documentation that's attached to the motions, there are a series of gateways that the traders have to go through to access different stages of the money. I actually voted against a very similar motion to this at a previous council meeting, and my reason for voting against it was that I couldn't clearly see how a traders association would be held accountable for the way it was spending its money. I'm now much more comfortable, but not just motion B, but for all the other motions, that there are now specific guidelines so that we can hold to account anyone who's granted this money. Hence, I commend Part B to you.
Councillor Pearl.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. The thing I think is missing is we don't need more traders associations necessarily. We need more wonderfully passionate traders. And these people in these areas, and I don't know Ormond Road particularly all that well, but traders in these areas are looking to the success, particularly of the Port Melbourne Business Association, and saying, well, we want some of that. And the reason that's successful, and maybe Ormond Road does have the ingredients for this, but the reason it's successful over decades is it has a handful of people, maybe 3 people or 4 people or 5 people that really drive the idea generation. And that's not the association that did that. It's 1 or 2 people that do it consistently over many, many years. And I went and sought the advice of those people, particularly Paul from the Port Melbourne Business Association, and he certainly agreed in terms of even setting up a traders association at $20,000 just isn't enough to get it done. So there's been nothing stopping the Ormond Road traders from getting together, and I don't know this area very well, but I'm not really convinced that $20,000 will make a big difference. What will make a big difference is learning from the views and experience of the people like Paul from Port Melbourne that will make a big difference in these areas. And I'm told by the ward councillors, or a couple of them, that there are signs of that there's the embryonic group of people that will make the difference in this area, but there's been nothing stopping this group of traders from getting together for a very, very long time. And I'm not convinced at the moment that this $20,000 is a good investment of funds to actually get a trader association up We don't necessarily need more traders associations per se. We need a handful of people that are willing to stand up for their local areas and do the hard yards to get the association set up, which I think takes 18 months to 2 years in any case before the taxation can be levied on the street area through obviously a mandate. So I'm a bit on the fence with this one, but I'll be interested to hear more guidance from the ward councillors about what they think in particular to Ormond Road traders to make a convincing argument of this one.
Councillor Clark.
So I too previously voted against this, and having had discussions with some of the business advisory groups and some of the traders, I am now happy to support the establishment or the seed funding of these trader associations. With the proviso that there's the right governance around the process of releasing the $20,000, as Coroner Martin has said. If ever a trader organisation was going to be valuable, I think it would be now in this COVID challenge world. I would strongly encourage each of the trader association areas, to Marcus's comments, to make sure you have the right committee with the right committed traders. This is a one-off amount of money that the ratepayers are providing to the associations to help assist and get this off the ground with some of the various corporate and legal things that need to be done. So we want to make sure this is a success, but it absolutely isn't going to be a success unless the right people are committed in each of those areas. I think Ormond Road maintained a vibrancy throughout COVID that was quite remarkable, and probably has the groundwork established for a trader association already, and hopefully this will just be the kickstart they need to really cement that and become a long-term successful association. Carlisle Street, my understanding, has had tried this in the past and perhaps has had a few goes at it. Hopefully this will be the tipping point to make it successful. It's a great street. It has some social amenity challenges, but it definitely has, with the opportunity, if the traders are keen and committed, to help improve the vibrancy and back to Carlisle Street. So I'd love to see nothing more there. I can't speak for Clarendon Street as much, but I certainly feel, from my perspective, this is a one-off in providing this money. So I entrust that it will be used wisely and successfully. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Sirikoff. Just a reminder, we're just talking about Part B. Sorry, I should just clarify. And I'll just at this point.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I guess in a way, what's comments are made on Part B can also be applied to C and D, because I also voted against this last time we had to take a vote on handing out money to traders. I'm happier that this time round that we've got measures built around how the money will be spent, and some KPIs for how traders will handle or manage the money. So I think by measuring the process, we will get a better outcome and know if the money's been used wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sirikoff. Is anyone else wish to speak to this? I'll briefly say on Ormond Road, there are a lot of really passionate traders there, and they've been doing amazing things for years on their own and without any support from council. And I think it's just, they need that little bit extra to get it over the line. I think it was $40,000 they raised for the bushfire recovery about a year ago, and some amazing Christmas events. So I'm very happy to support the Ormond Trader Association seed funding and the other seed fundings to, in this time, it's not business as usual. No, we haven't done it before, but I say that this is the time to try different things in order to get through what is an economic emergency. Would anyone else like to speak to part B, or let's put it to the vote? All right, I'm going to put it to the vote. Now they're all separate, and it's going to be hard to keep rotating, so apologise if I don't do it alphabetically. So Councillor Crawford, 4. Councillor Consolo.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
Abstain.
Councillor Sirikoff. 4. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
That motion is passed. So that's part B. Part C. Would anyone like to speak to part C? Councillor Pearl.
I'll just share an experience I had this week. So one of my favourite trader on Carlisle Street, which I won't name because I don't want to hurt their business, put up on their Instagram the week before last that they were closing their shop, and I thought, wow, that's terrible. I'll get down there and show some solidarity. That's very sad, as so many businesses have been cut down by COVID and awful. So I went down there ready to spend a little bit of money and offer condolences, and then was shocked. Well, not shocked, I shouldn't be shocked because she's a great business person, but the reason she's shutting the store is that she's just doing the vast majority of her business online now. Business has never been better, and she can't justify the cost of paying, I can't remember what the rent she told me was, but it's a sizable amount of rent per week, and standing on the concrete, manning her shop for 7 hours a day. And it was a bit of a wake-up call to me because we often don't realise changes in the economy, and yes, there's all sorts of problems on the high streets, but wow, there's some pretty successful businesses around in our local area, and Carlisle Street is a really good example of a shopping strip. I think it's incredibly diverse and going quite well. So I would have thought of all these 3 areas here, this is the one where a traders association would work. You've got a quantum mass of traders. There's good people there I know of, and a very healthy shopping strip. So see if this one works, and I wish them all the best.
Would anyone like to speak to part C? Let's put that to the vote. Councillor Consolo.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Pearl.
4.
Councillor Sirikoff. 4. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford. 4. So part C has been carried. Part D, which is the Clarendon Street Trader Association seed funding, which is 3.5.3. Would anyone like to speak to it? A question?
Not sure if I can ask a question, but I misunderstood how we were doing this. So apologies if you give me some grace. I just wanted to understand, would this include Coventry Street as well?
I might have to go to officers for advice. I'm not sure on that. I think it is particularly focused on Clarendon from my memory, but could I check with officers on this one? Kylie, perhaps?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Part of what officers would need to do would be to work with traders in the area to define the area. It is listed here as Clarendon Street, but there may be, some logical streets near Clarendon Street that might make sense to include. But that would be something that we would engage on with the traders through the process.
So just a clarifying question also, Madam Mayor, can I make an amendment to this item at all, or is it set in stone as the way we're doing this?
Can I get governance? I guess we can amend, can't we? But can I just double check that, because this is a complicated one.
Through you, Mayor, absolutely, a councillor can raise an amendment if you've taken it on part. I'll just flag that the only councillors not to raise an amendment would be yourself and the seconder.
So are you proposing?
Can I take leave if you would be so kind to an amendment to 3.5.3, Clarendon and Coventry Street, Trader Association seed funding.
Do you have a seconder for that amendment?
I don't know. I'm hoping I can call on a
Christina
favour.
Sirikov has seconded it. Okay, would you like to speak to why?
Yeah, thank you, Matt. So Clarendon Street is a pretty special place. But Clarendon Street had a Traders Association up until I think 2012, 2013. So I would strongly suggest if this gets up that the people in this area learn from the lessons of the past and work out why the last one didn't work, because it lost the support of the people that were paying the tax, and that's something we should be cognizant of. The reason I've included Coventry Street there is as we all know, with the closure of Cecil Street and a number of other things that we've received correspondence at, there's 4, 5, 6 very good traders who are very passionate about the street and their surrounding area in terms of South Melbourne that I think would be the linchpin of this sort of group. So by including Coventry Street, who often feel that they're overlooked in terms of people focusing on Clarendon Street and the South Melbourne market, they're kind of wedged in between the two, yet they should be the conduit between the two, providing amazing economic benefit to our area. I think the inclusion of having the Coventry Street traders expressly in this seed funding for this association will potentially provide the catalyst to make it a success, and it will also secure my affirmative vote. So hopefully the majority of councillors agree with this small amendment I've made here this evening.
Councillor Sirikov, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I totally agree with Councillor Pearl. For the very reasons that Councillor Pearl has already mentioned, that Coventry Street is that conduit between the South Melbourne market and Clarendon Street, and there have been feedback from the traders in that street that they feel that trade has been taken away from them and into Clarendon Street because of the South Melbourne market. So I think this would be a great way to assist those traders. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Martin.
I've spent several days wandering around Coventry Street and Clarendon Street. There's a lot of goodwill at the moment with both the Clarendon Street traders and the Coventry Street traders that I've spoken to the extent I think we might have one of the Coventry Street traders would be quite happy to head up the group, and I've got a relatively, not a large, but about 7 or 8 other traders in Clarendon Street happy to jump on board. So I think Councillor Pearl's amendment is a brilliant amendment, and I wholeheartedly support it. Can I again make the point that we're saying up to $20,000? So if we don't achieve all the gateways, the money doesn't have to be spent. I'm a biochemist by training, and biochemistry is all about enzymes and catalysts, and this funding is there to act as a catalyst. If we don't need to spend the $20,000 to get 10 or 15 really active traders, we've actually got it much cheaper than spending $20,000. We don't need to get the Traders Association off the ground to get people working together, but if we do, it's a bonus.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Copsey.
Sorry to drag it out. I just wanted to get clarity whether from governance quickly with a clarifying question, whether I can abstain on just to confirm I can abstain on an amendment.
Through you, Mayor, that's correct. A councillor can abstain on any vote.
Thank you. And it's in relation to this one, I just don't have the information about whether I'm really conscious that these suggestions came through the Business Advisory Group. It may well be that a combined trader association is something that people are interested in exploring, but referring back to Ms Bennett's answer earlier, I don't consider that it's out of bounds in the original wording, and I just don't want to create that expectation if it's not something that's supported fully, and not having had the wandering experience that some councillors have, I won't support the amendment or abstain from the amendment because I just don't feel I have the knowledge yet. Thanks.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment before we put it to the vote? If not, let's put that to the vote. Councillor Consolo?
For.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Pearl?
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff?
For.
Councillor Baxter?
For.
Councillor Bond?
For.
Councillor Clark?
For.
Councillor Copsey?
Abstain.
Councillor Crawford, for. That amendment has passed. So we're going back to Part D as it stands on the screen, Clarendon and Coventry Street Trader Association seed funding. Would anyone else like to speak to Part D as a whole, or can we just take it to the vote? All right, let's just take it to the vote. So we're going to go with Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Pearl?
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff?
A big yes again.
Councillor Baxter?
For.
Councillor Bond?
For.
Councillor Clark?
For.
Councillor Copsey?
For.
Councillor Crawford? For. Councillor Consolo?
For.
That has passed. Part D is carried. Okay, we'll just wait for the next little bit to come up on screen. Part E, which is the St Kilda 3.5.4, which we are voting on St Kilda Road Tourism Initiatives up to 25,000. Do I have anyone who would like question from Councillor Bond?
The speaker earlier tonight said that this was not a St Kilda Road tourism initiative. It was for all of Port Phillip. Can we get some clarity on which of the two is correct? Or is the accommodation bit focused on St Kilda Road and the hospitality focused on the rest of Port Phillip?
Kylie Bennett or?
You may, I might ask Lauren Billakawa.
We can't hear you, Kylie.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Mayor. Through you, Mayor, I might ask Lauren Billakawa to respond.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kylie. Through you, Mayor. Yes, that's correct, Councillor Bond. The accommodation component is St Kilda Road. There are other components which are across the municipality. So the funding is to promote the Stay and Play campaign to regional audiences, and the campaign does include businesses across the municipality.
Does that clarify it for you, Councillor Bond? Yep.
Yeah, sort of.
Yep. Would anyone like to speak to Part E? Councillor Pearl.
This is my Rainbow Road moment where I spoke against it and ended up voting for it, but I'm very sceptical to see if this is value for money, but I've received a few emails and the speech tonight has kind of persuaded me, but my view hasn't changed from the original point where we voted on this, where I just don't think it's a sufficient amount of money to make a difference unless you get somebody very creative that does something very, very special. And I hope that's exactly what they do, but I'll vote for it, but my gut feeling tells me this is a waste of money. But it's one of those situations of a similar size of the Rainbow Road decision, which probably at the end of the day wasn't the greatest value for money. I think this, I hope to God you prove me wrong. So I'll probably support it, but I'm not convinced it's going to work.
I'll speak to Part E. As I say, business as usual. It's not the time for that. It's time to try things, and some may not work to the extent we want, and some will. I have more faith that this could bring some regional visitors to our municipality, and I am very happy to support it and support our accommodation, many great accommodation. I can't think of the word, my brain's the various accommodations that are hotels and that we have across the municipality are really in a difficult time. So I think everything we can do to support them is the right thing, a good thing to do. Councillor Clark.
I share Marcus's concern on the 25,000 being a significant enough amount of money. At the same time, obviously, respect the fact that they haven't asked for masses of money either. I'll be looking forward to seeing the benchmarks on how we're going to measure the success of this, and what the results are through the business advisory group to see what we've actually achieved and whether we can influence outcomes or improve results with this amount of money and what sort of campaign they can come up with. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak to Part E? Should we put it to the vote? Let's put it to the vote. Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff.
For.
Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
Abstain.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. Councillor Consolo.
For.
And Councillor Martin.
For.
That motion has carried, so Part E has passed. Moving on to Part F, which is 3.5.5, which is the High Street Business Support Beautification or Welcoming Projects. Now I'm up to $62,900, which is the remainder with all of the other of the $350 from the St Kilda Fest money. Would anyone like to speak to it? Councillor Martin.
When I first saw this initiative, I was a little sceptical as to how it would work because at that stage there were no real guidelines as to how these monies would be allotted, and I still think we need to have some very, very clear KPIs, which is why I'm hoping that if we support Part E, we will then support whatever the last one is, which is his number I forget, something 0.6, where we empower the CEO to control those KPIs and make sure that our money is being delivered. I also note that in the documentation that we have already, and while I support this because I think we really need to come out and support our high streets, currently we've suggested that we could break this money up into perhaps 4 separate parcels. I'd like to leave that discretion to the CEO. Yes, leave the $62,900, but it could be that a high street wanted $30,000 and could do something magic with $30,000 with economies of scale. You could probably do 3 times as much with 30 as you could with 15. So I commend the document in principle to you. I'd love to see the CEO come back to us with some very, very clear KPIs and counters. I circulated some draft ones for you today to show you how it would work. And then give the CEO a little bit of leeway in the actual quantum amounts that are given out so we can get the best bang for our dollar. So fully support the idea, but we need to make sure that there are appropriate KPIs, selection criteria KPIs, and some flexibility in how the money is allocated.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Consolo.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to speak to this one to say that it's not a lot of money and it could easily go quickly. And if a lot of people put their hands into the pot, either it's going to be too small of amounts to do much, or a lot of people are going to waste a lot of time and efforts trying to get the money. So it's a good start, but yeah, we're going to have to look at making sure it's very clear what needs to be done in order to achieve the money so that people realize it's a good opportunity for them or not.
Thank you, Councillor Consolo. Councillor Sirikoff.
I'm not really quite sure about this one. I like the way that there have been KPIs to put around the spending of the money. But as Councillor Consolo said, that it is a small amount of money to go to many groups, 4 groups. So we're looking at $15,000, $16,000 per group if it's 4, and I just don't know if that's enough money to really achieve anything. So I'm not really quite sure about this one, if it's going to really achieve anything.
Thank you, Councillor Sirikoff. Anyone else would like to speak? I'll briefly speak. I know it's not as much money as has been asked for or suggested, but I am really aware that perhaps there are ways that Council can look at through our other budgets with trees and our street furniture and upgrades where there's opportunity to work with the various high streets. So using some of our existing budget around operating budget that we would normally use for streetscapes. So see if there's any sort of, I guess, aligned goals and vision. And so although it's a small amount, I'd like to put it up and see what comes of it and see what opportunities there are down the track, or to work together. Would anyone else like to speak to part F, or should we just take it to the vote? Councillor Sirikoff, you've already spoken to it, so unfortunately you can't speak again. All right, let's take that to the vote. We are going with Councillor Sirikoff.
Against.
Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford, for. Councillor Consolo.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
Abstain.
That motion is carried. Part G, 3.5.6 St Kilda Blues Festival, which is the amount of up to $90,000. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Bond.
Yeah, just to give people some history of the St Kilda Blues Festival. This year will be the third year. The first year was 2019. The second year was scheduled to attend in 2020 in March, and it got cancelled about a week prior because of COVID. The first year it was completely paid for by the traders. They did it all themselves. I think it was actually the Dogs Bar that funded most of it. Second year council, I think, had agreed to give them $10,000, and then they were going to pay for the rest of it themselves, including all the venues. But because of COVID, none of these 24 venues in which this is going to be held have got the money to be able to fund this for themselves. So they've asked council to step in and help them fund it for this year only. The money will be spent on bands, sound equipment, sound engineers and equipment hire. So it is directly providing employment to artists, directly providing employment to musicians and roadies and all those sorts of areas, and helping venues get back on their feet by funding some of the costs of the bands that will be performing in their venues, the 24 venues, and it will finish with a grand parade. This money is coming from the St Kilda Festival, which was $1.8 million, which went directly into St Kilda businesses, many of which would have been these businesses that are also fronting up for the St Kilda Blues Festival. So given this is a much smaller scale event, it should be possible under the current COVID conditions and give these venues part of what they were missing out on because we're not holding the actual St Kilda Festival in St Kilda. So I think this will be a great event. I'm hoping it's going to be a welcome back to St Kilda event, a welcome back to live music in St Kilda event. I think this would be a great way to tell everyone that St Kilda's open for business. So I urge people to support this money.
Councillor Baxter.
Yeah, second a lot of that. One of the things that I was a little bit worried about was, you know, we're reallocating St Kilda Fest money and we don't have that many options for live music things to put that into for obvious reasons, COVID and stuff. But here's one. So yes, let's do it. I'm keen.
Councillor Consolo.
I think this council speaks about St Kilda a lot. It's rarely that we get equity across the entire municipality, and music is an opportunity to do that. I support this event. I haven't been to it, but it sounds really cool and fun. But I think there's also opportunity to spread it farther. So just for future, I think we need to keep our eyes not just on St Kilda.
Would anyone else like to speak to Part G? Councillor Copsey.
I'm supportive of this. I think it's a great event. I'm really pleased if it can run in a fashion that adapts to the circumstances. And I just have to wave the Lake Ward flag. I know what Councillor Consolo said is a popular notion about the focus of Port Phillip on St Kilda, but in my experience we actually do consider a lot of different projects across the municipality. I think what's been considered tonight is pretty indicative of that, and I concur with what
Councillor Baxter said about, I think it's great if we can have some more music and arts support through these packages as well. I've been really conscious that the arts community has suffered deeply, and I really want to make sure that the arts community gets some share of these funds. They're still suffering. I've just seen articles, you know, going about live music performers who are really concerned about the end of JobKeeper, and we still need to help support artists. And fortunately, this is a great event that can help us do that, as well as supporting our local community and traders. The parade that Councillor Bond referred to, I think, is actually a New Orleans style jazz parade, and I can't wait to see that. I'm really excited. One of the happiest moments of my life was when I was in New Orleans, riding a bike without a helmet, drinking a Bloody Mary, and I didn't get into any punch-ons or anything like that. I just had a wonderful afternoon and then went and saw some awesome live music. Well, maybe we can bring part of that experience to our community with this Part G, so I'll be supporting it.
I'm kind of not sure why you felt that you needed to tell us that you didn't get any punch-ons, but great.
I'll have something to do with later tonight.
Oh, okay. Okay, so is there anyone else that would like to speak to it, or should we put that to the motion? Put that to the vote? Yes, we are going with Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford. 4. Councillor Consolo.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
4.
Councillor Sirikoff.
4.
That motion is carried. Right, we're getting there, folks. We are moving quite well. Thank you very much for that. Could we move up on the screen to the next section? Part H is a community public art fund up to $50,000. It's 3.5.7. Would anyone like to speak to this?
Can I move an amendment if possible? So the amendment reads, Community Public Art Fund up to $50,000 and investigates. I'll take some governance advice on this. Investigates with the Port Melbourne Business Association.
You can't.
The potential. Just let me put it up if you could, Chair, and then we'll rule on it if you wish.
Yep. Yep.
Of holding interactive migration art walks, and a migration protection festival. To be considered by council at a future date.
Could I seek advice on this, whether this is the appropriate place for a specific one like that, where it's a general fund? I feel uneasy about it.
Through you, Mayor, I might get Kirsty and Lauren Burkow just to comment on the last part of your motion, which actually delegates to me to set up the process here as well. I just wouldn't mind. I think the concern is that you're specifying how a grant might work.
Yeah. Whereas
the latter part of this motion actually gives to the CEO the ability to work those processes out. So you.
Is there a better way I can do it? The only way I thought of doing it, if I can seek your leave for a minute, is to attach it to something that was as likely to it. But is there a better way of doing what I'm expressing of doing?
Well, I might ask, can I just think about it for 1 second? Can I just seek to clarify, Councillor, you, Mayor, can I just seek to clarify, Councillor Per, what you're wanting the Port Melbourne Business Association to consider to put a bid into the fund for these specific purposes? Is that what you're asking? Is that the intent?
Yeah, or any other means of funding it.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor, may I suggest that we adjourn just for a short moment to allow officers to just consider where this motion most appropriately would sit, so that we can offer some advice back.
This was a general arts fund that's now going to Port Melbourne. Business Association.
Can I ask, as part of that adjournment, that we could consider that perhaps it's not part of this motion, that there are other art strategies that it may be more suitable for? Moments.
So, Mayor, that may be the advice we want to bring back to Councillor Pearl. Would be very quick.
Okay, we'll just hang tight and adjourn for a minute. Thank you, everyone. We lost Councillor Copsey as she's just running out of batteries and swapping devices, but we can get started. What's your advice, CEO?
My advice is it doesn't belong here because this is actually a grant, and the latter part of this motion delegates to me to set up the grant process. So we can. I'm happy to undertake to alert the Port Melbourne Business Association about the grants process, or if Councillor Pearl could, because we can't have a motion that is ultra vires in the sense that it contradicts another part of the motion, so it should be taken out. I'm happy to undertake to let the Port Melbourne Business Association know that this fund, if passed, is available for that type of application.
Thank you. I'll take that advice.
Great. So we're back to just considering the Community Public Art Fund up to $50,000. Would anyone like to speak to it? I will specifically, because this is a little different to what we have considered before. There are many traders and community groups that would like to do some inclusive projects, like create murals out of bottle tops with the school and getting local organisations to collect all the bottle tops. Or there's a whole lot of ideas out there. There's about a street art mural competition in Montague. But so there's some amazing community-driven and trader-driven opportunities for these projects, but particularly communities. So this, it would be great to have. It's a little bit different to professional artists seeking funding. This is specifically a community project that will add something to their local community, and it is more than just one artist creating it. It's a much broader scope. And I would hope you support it, because there's a lot of great ideas out there in the community, and it's a small amount of money. It wouldn't be for just one project, it would go across few, and so I hope you will support it. Councillor Martin.
Councillors, you will have noticed I had a play last night with some possible KPIs, and I just see this as a project that can really help enliven and add strength to our high streets. I'm not saying that my KPIs are anything like what the CEO will come up with, but if you've looked at what I've sent you, can just see the potential that something like this has to involve people in their community, to bring people into high streets, to make them the centre of their community again. And again, I commend it to you.
Would anyone else like to speak to part H, or let's take it to the vote? All right, we're going to take it to the vote, and I'm going to ask for under division. Councillor Bond.
I didn't want to go first.
I'm so sorry. The one you didn't want to go first on.
4.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford. 4. Councillor Consolo.
5.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
4.
Councillor Sirikoff. Councillor Sirikoff, yeah.
Sorry, against.
Councillor Baxter.
4.
That motion is carried. Part I is 3.5.8, Esplanade market fee reduction for 6 months, up to $38,400, depending on how many traders there are. Anyone would like to speak to this? Councillor Bond.
Just briefly, because I know Rhonda wants to go to bed. We haven't given the Esplanade market any fee relief. Admittedly, they were closed for most of last year and weren't paying fees because they weren't attending. You know, anyone who's been down there on a Sunday can see that the market's is struggling at the moment. So anything we can do to help encourage traders to come along. It's dropped to about 40, 45 traders on a Sunday. I think it peaked at about 180 a few years ago. So it's not doing well, but we need to look at ways to get them through, and hopefully we can pick things up with good weather and all that sort of thing, and make this a more attractive market to come and trade at for the artists and makers of Australia.
Councillor Pearl.
Council should be proud of what it's done to support businesses directly within its own remit in the past 12 months. And the two best examples of that are this market and the South Melbourne market. There is no landlord, I don't think, in Victoria that's done as much for its traders under our remit than what the City of Port Phillip has done. And ratepayers have subsidised that, and that's why the market is in a substantial deficit position. More than $2 million, the South Melbourne market I'm talking about here, more than $2 million invested from ratepayers there into effectively the coffers of the local economy and the traders that sit there. And again, this is a very small investment here of $38,400 to a group of traders which perhaps are in some cases less sophisticated, but add a huge amount to our area. And if it wasn't for that market, imagine what that area, the adjacent areas would be like, particularly on the time of the weekend, which is not always a busy time, particularly in the morning times in those areas. So it's a good investment for council, and those small. Some of them are cottage industry traders, some of them are much larger, more professional traders, but there's a good diversity, a good array there, and I think we want to welcome them back, and this is the best way to do it. Make sure that they keep on showing up when the tourists aren't there, and hopefully the domestic tourism comes back in the future weeks or months, which it looks like it will. Those traders stay there, and we don't have to restart the market, because if we don't invest this money, we'll be spending $150,000 on advertising and trying to get people back here. So we just need to keep the traders turning up, and hopefully they make a bit of money, and it all kicks on. But this council should be proud of what it's done for this market and also the South Melbourne market in terms of direct subsidies for traders, and that needs to be repaid as the months and years go by. But this is a good quality investment. Happy to support it.
Does anyone else want to speak to it, or can we just put it to the vote? Let's put it to the vote. Okay, we are going to start with Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford, 4. Councillor Consolo.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff.
4.
Councillor Baxter.
4.
And Councillor Bond.
4.
That motion has passed or carried. Let's go to Part J, which is 3.5.9, Australian National Academy of Music ANAMS, security and staff supports for some events up to $23,661. A question from Councillor Pearl.
Apologies, this is in the report. So this is across 3 events. How many people, what capacity are we talking about here?
Is this Lauren Bilkower?
Through you, Mayor, I'd need to check as the COVID safe plan will alter the normal capacity of the town hall, so I'll have to check what would be permitted for these concerts.
Sorry, follow-up question for Wayne May. So when are they scheduled to take place?
Through you, Mayor, one in March, one in June, and one in October, which hopefully could mean that capacities would be able to increase as we moved into different stages of restrictions and guidelines.
Are there any other questions? Would anyone like to speak to this item? Councillor Pearl.
Yeah, happy to support this one, but obviously it needs to be dependent on volume, so to speak. So if we can only fit 100 people in the town hall, perhaps the CEO could take it among himself to agree with Anam where the best bang for buck is, because we don't want, at $100 a pop, 3 concerts, 100 seats in the town hall. That's $100 a head almost. That's not great value for money. So, and then if you can't alter those numbers, perhaps let's change the game a bit and see if we can live stream the concert on the website, etc., using the existing AV equipment that we already have.
Would anyone else like to speak to Part J? All right, let's put that to the vote. Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford, 4. Councillor Consolo.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
4.
Councillor Sirikoff.
4.
Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
That motion is carried. Now, I just want to check with governance. I know there's been a lot of it tonight. Did we officially cover the last section with the CEO?
No, sorry, through you, Mayor, you need to move Part K. Sorry, you need to vote on Part K.
Could we get that up on the screen then, please? Okay, so Part K, 3.6, Council delegates to the CEO the development of appropriate processes and governance to manage the distribution, acquittal and reporting back to the Council and community on the impact of its funds. Does anyone want to speak to it? Question from Councillor Clark.
What would be the alternative to this?
Would that be Kylie or Lauren? Is there an officer to respond?
Through you, Mayor, I think it makes it clear in terms of council's intent. Obviously, I think the CEO would undertake this work without this particular motion, but it just makes it clear in terms of council's intent.
Councillor Martin.
I may have got ahead of myself, but when I voted for the earlier motions, I was hoping that this motion would then also be carried, because it's really, really important that we are careful with the way that we spend council money. And while I was delighted to be able to support those motions, we need this additional part as a fail-safe to make sure that those KPIs that have already been set are implemented, and in those areas where we only have draft KPIs, that they're also formalised, and hopefully the council has a look at those as well before they're implemented, so that we can be confident that the money that we've committed is going to be used effectively for the good of the city of Port Phillip.
Would anyone else like to speak to Part K? Let's not muck around. Let's put it to the vote. Councillor Crawford, 4. Councillor Consolo.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff.
Yes.
Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
The motion is carried. Whew, we've got through it, folks. We're moving on to notices of motion, which is 15. Councillors, we have one notice of motion tonight. Item 15.1 is a notice of motion which has been raised by Councillor Martin in relation to the alcohol restrictions. So we'll put that on the board. Do we have any questions of the officers in regard to this motion? No questions? Councillor Martin, would you like to move your notice of motion?
I'm happy to move, and I'd rather hope Councillor Bond will second.
Councillor Bond? Are you happy to second? Yes, great. Okay, Councillor Martin, speak to your motion, notice of motion.
Particularly for those people who are listening in our electronic gallery, council's had 2 sessions with the local district police inspector, and in those sessions she made it very clear that a major issue for our local police in policing the foreshore area is that there were no regulations governing packaged alcohol on the beach. And she verbally requested of us in one of our meetings that council investigate this, and Councillor Bond very kindly took this on and produced a draft motion at the last meeting that I supported in principle, but given that we only had a short time to consider it, I did vote against it at the time, but I apologise to my colleague Councillor Bond because I fully understood his intention, and I hope that the motion that I've got tonight meets everything that he wanted, in that the only thing that we're changed from council's existing bylaws is that instead of having a ban on packaged alcohol along the foreshore only on New Year's Eve, we've now extended that ban to packaged alcohol on the foreshore for the whole of the summer period. That's the only change to the existing regulations, and I think that's going to make it far easier for our police and council bylaws officers to enforce. We heard the inspector speak at the start of the council meeting, and he was very, very clear in explaining why he believes this is necessary. And I think what he has said to us probably means that I really don't need to say anything else in moving this motion.
Councillor Bond.
I could almost read out what I said last time. This is a very minor change to our local law. It, some people may see this as a big deal, but the police have the discretion in their powers not to enforce any law, and I trust that they will only enforce this where they need to. They won't go around finding people who just happen to be walking to a restaurant with a bottle of wine. This is designed to stop people whose sole intention is to go down to the foreshore, to the beach, and drink in those public places and drink whilst hiding from the police while they do so. And it's very difficult for the police to be able to do something about it when they actually have to catch the people drinking, even though they know they have full and unopened alcohol. So it's designed to give the police the tools they need to stop people going down there with the intention of drinking, and it won't be used haphazardly across the area for people who don't deserve it, just as many of our local laws are not enforced at the moment in many other circumstances, and I can think of a number of other drinking laws where we allow people to, for example, pass across footpaths in order to get to outdoor dining parklets. We're not pinging those people for having open containers of alcohol on a public footpath, even though they technically are, because we know they're just travelling from the licensed premises to the parklet out the front. So I imagine this law will be enforced in that same spirit and only used where they wish to deter people from drinking in our parks and on our beaches where we have had issues in the past.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I won't be supporting this motion. This is sort of came about as a relatively informal conversation with the police inspector, Councillor Bond. After the conversation about this had moved on, Councillor Bond then said, "Hey, would you like me to move a motion to that effect?" And I remember the inspector saying, "Oh, well, yeah, I guess so. You could do something like that." It's now been blown up into a desperate plea by a police force under siege. It's really not how it's happened. There's been no evidence provided to us whatsoever of the need for this. There's been no statistics. There's no indication in the media that there have been widespread issues here. I mean, in the past we have made decisions around drinking laws triggered almost entirely by things happening in the media. A big party or something like that. We haven't even had that. So we haven't been provided any stats. Nothing has happened. We've just been told that we should do this, and I think that that's bad policy making. I think that the police exist to enforce the law, not to write the law. That's our job, and we should do that. We should take that seriously and make sure that we're across all of the statistics and all of the reasons and the pros and cons around it. I think that the cons here are very clear, that people who are not engaging in dangerous behaviour that can still fall afoul of this law. And I do not buy the idea that selective enforcement is somehow a good answer for that. If you pass a law, the law should apply to everyone, actually. And if we simply say that when we pass laws, we are quite happy for the police to decide when they would like to apply them, we start to get down a very, very dangerous sort of path, and we've seen that the Victorian Police in particular has had to apologise for issues of racial profiling and police brutality and violence in other suburbs, and that's what happens when you let a police force have free rein. So it really is our job as the civilian arm of government here to keep a tight check on the people who enforce these laws, to make sure that there are no abuses of power. And I just don't buy the idea that, oh, we'll pass it and it's okay. They'll figure out how they want to enforce it. That's not good enough. Either the white middle-aged man walking with a bottle to his home should get pinged under this law, or nobody should. But I can guarantee you there will be times when completely innocent young people of colour and so on will feel the force of this law, when people who look like me probably won't. And that's the risk we're running here, and that's why I can't support this motion.
Councillor Pearl.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Usually anything that limits the liberty of individual freedoms, I'm not one to support at all. And the returning councillors would have heard this speech many times. I don't need to go over it again, particularly for Councillor Clark's benefit. But I don't like restricting independent liberty and independent freedoms. Individuals should have the right, generally speaking, to do whatever they wish to do. The caveat to that is when it jeopardises public safety. And there's been enough instances, particularly on the St Kilda foreshore, where excessive consumption of alcohol has caused an abnormal level of antisocial behaviour and has resulted in significant amounts of violence and harm to very innocent people. And it's been fueled by alcohol. It's pretty much as simple as that. And we can't sit by and just allow that to occur, because ultimately those injuries in the future are on our hands if we haven't done everything we possibly can to protect our local community. And this small amendment fills a gap that does exactly that. And I commend Councillor Martin for bringing his first notice of motion on such a serious issue that a number of community groups in our local area have previously had significant concerns with. But it was interesting that really we haven't had any concerns about this evening. I think that's a general acceptance that the measures that this council rightly put in place are working. There's still a long way to go, and they're not the be-all and end-all. They're one tool, but the combination of those tools is what's made the St Kilda foreshore a safer place than what it was. And as we come out of the post-COVID era, it's important we have our policy settings right. And I think this fills a gap. And I commend Councillor Martin for bringing the motion here this evening.
Councillor Clark.
So I didn't support this motion the previous last council meeting, and despite the best efforts of Councillor Bond, for myself, there wasn't enough time to properly consider all the impacts of these changes on changes of the bylaw and the impacts of the motion that were, in my opinion, widespread on being able to walk through parks and many other areas of Port Phillip while carrying unopened alcohol, merely to go to a restaurant or a friend's house. With the benefit of some additional time and the effort that Peter Martin has put in, along with the officers, this motion has significantly reduced the unintended consequences and now impacts on a much smaller designated area around the foreshore. While in my view there is still an impact on law-abiding people wanting to carry a bottle of wine or beer to a restaurant around St Kilda or Elwood or other parts of the foreshore, and we will rely on the discretion of the police. They need to ensure that their power is used appropriately, and there is always a risk around that. if they wish to continue to have the support of the community to be able to, and the councillors to pass these laws. So I will be supporting it this time for the reasons I've just said, and I hope to see no issues raised as a result of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Copsey.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this. It's actually quite irregular for us to make an amendment to the local law through a notice of motion. It was one of the first points that I'll raise, which hasn't been covered in debate yet. Normally, a change to the local law is, along with other policy decisions that we'd make, one that we would have a lot more time and evidence to support. As Councillor Baxter mentioned, this has come basically from a letter, and we have not actually seen a lot of the other consideration that would normally go into changing the local law, nor does the community have an opportunity to participate in engagement the way we normally would. So that's one thing. The other is that I share Councillor Clark's concern, and I think it's worth not supporting a bad law if we're going to create a law that essentially creates a penalty and makes it illegal for somebody to carry an unopened bottle of wine through a park on New Year's Eve. I think that that's a poor law. It's not going to be applied equally to all people who might fall afoul of it, and I also just don't think that there is a justification for that. It's not a harmful behaviour, and as I've said previously when we've come to debate this, the behaviour that police are actually seeking to control here is all already illegal. I hear the arguments that are being made around, you know, we have to stop people before they do something bad. I mean, that's the kind of thinking that leads you to the Yes Minister situation of like a hospital with no patients. We could just stop people from going to the beach and then nothing would ever happen. I frequent our beaches quite commonly. I think in the scenarios that the police are referring to, where people are actually getting into situations of antisocial behaviour or aggression or that sort of thing, you do have the grounds to intervene. And also, having been down there, you don't have to watch too closely to catch people disobeying the local law currently. So I think that we've heard from the community a lot about other concerns that are being raised with the police at present around hoon behaviour, all sorts of other problems. Littering is something I would like us to see take more seriously on the beach as well. There's lots of reasons and ways that they can intervene with their current powers, and I don't consider there's actually an evidence base to support this extension. So I won't be supporting it. And finally, in closing, I think what is ultimately the most worrying for me is the way that it's openly spoken about in the arguments made for this change, that it's not going to be equally enforced and it's going to be selectively enforced. To me, if you've got a law that doesn't apply to everybody, then it's not particularly a good law, and it's not one that I will support. So I won't be voting for this tonight.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Martin, would you like to close?
Very briefly, I don't share Councillor Copsey and Councillor Baxter's scepticism about the alleged, I think, free rein that we give the Victoria Police. I'm a little concerned that that language is perhaps a tiny bit emotive. My own experience with the local police, having been a local teacher, year level coordinator in a primary school, secondary school, vice principal for over 35 years in the city, has been that there are always bad apples in any community, but most of our police that I've dealt with have been extremely supportive of our local community. And I have to say that I found Inspector Chugg a very refreshing member of the police force, and have been very impressed with the meetings that we've had with her. And I know that the residents in the in the gateway area, particularly those near the foreshore, are very impressed with the measures that our police force have implemented there already. Given the confidence that I've already got from what I've seen, I have absolute confidence that if Inspector Chugg and her deputy who spoke to us earlier today both believe that there's a serious issue and would like our support, I've absolutely no hesitation in us providing that support. And I also take issue with a comment made earlier that this motion that I've put up is I am now going to deprive people of being able to take alcohol through parks in the city of Port Phillip. The only thing that this motion changes from existing council bylaws is to make it illegal to have packaged alcohol on the foreshore area. There are no changes to anything else. So to argue that the motion that I'm putting forward today is having all these other unintended consequences is not correct. There's only one current practice that we're changing. It's the current practice that we were requested to change by Victoria Police. And as I say, I commend this motion to you.
Okay, let's put that to the vote. And let me see my order. Councillor Consolo.
First up, all right, abstain.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Sirikoff.
A mighty yes.
Councillor Baxter.
Against.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
Against.
Councillor Crawford. For. I need to count. Yes, that motion has passed. Okay, moving on to item 16, which is reports by councillor delegates. I just need to read out a statement. So at the meeting of the 2nd of December, 2020, councillors were appointed as councillor representatives to designated advisory and external boards and committees. And at this meeting, Councillor Clark and Councillor Martin were appointed to the Board of Housing First. Councillor Clark is unfortunately unable to perform the role of representative on Housing First because at the time of considering the committee and board appointments, Councillor Clark was provided with incorrect information about the timings and number of meetings and is unable to attend daytime meetings. So she has withdrawn from the role. As no other councillor wishes to take up the second position, Councillor Martin will remain as council's sole representative on the Housing First Board for 2021. Councillors, do we have any other councillor delegate reports at this late point in the night? I'm just going to point out. If you do, could we make them short and sweet? Councillor Baxter.
Sure. Look, I've gone to the meetings of the Multicultural Advisory Committee and the Multi-Faith Network, and they're all very excited on how they can start off the year on all the great work that they're going to do, and I'm looking forward to meeting with them. So there's going to be a lot of strategy work early on, as there usually is at the beginning of the year, and then presumably a lot of doing after that. So early days.
Great. Councillor Baxter, anyone else? All right. Urgent business. Councillors, do we have any items of urgent business? No, there are none. Confidential matters. Councillors, we have no confidential items tonight. Thank goodness. So there being no further business, I thank you for your patience and your energy tonight, and I declare the meeting closed.